अपने यहाँ पे डिसीजन ले लोगे और उसको बोलोगे अब इसे इंप्लीमेंट कर दो, तो मेनी ऑफ द end user will not be able to understand the genesis behind your decision. But if they are party to the decision, they'll be able to deliberate or deliver the right thoughts behind the decision which your startup or your organization has taken to be processed in the days to come. Competitive edge. When it comes to business ethics and the social responsibility, another factor to consider is the compounding nature of the competition. As more business adopt and invest in ethical practices, those, okay, if you remember, हमारी कंट्री में लोग बैंक से लोन लेने की बजाय एक दूसरे से पैसा लेना ज्यादा पसंद करते हैं. What is the reason behind that? What is the reason behind that? If you remember, in 2008, when Lehman Brothers in America was coerced and there was the financial emergency throughout the world, even India GDP was not dropped. We were safe because we in our India are having a parallel economy. Like हम एक दूसरे से जो पैसा लेके business को run करते हैं, that have managed to retain the progress of our business, and we have withstood the dropping of the GDP of the world economy, and India have withstood the drop. But banks, if you've taken a loan from bank, they will not consider your feeling. They'll straight away come and encroach your property which you have kept as a security money in the bank. But if we have taken loans from each other, we consider that. एक साल हो गया, 6 महीने हो गए, 1.5 साल हो गया, ओके ठीक है, इंटरेस्ट भी मत दो यार, तो आप सिर्फ जो आपका एक्चुअल मनी है उसी को वापस कर दो. बैंक विल नॉट डू दैट. बैंक विल डू दैट विद अडानी एंड अंबानी. वो उनका माफ करेंगे पर आम आदमी का माफ नहीं करेंगे. अगर आपको हाउस लोन लेना है तो यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड ईच एंड एवरी पेपर. बट कोई अगर ऐसा आदमी है जिसके पास में अप्रोच है या कोई और चीज है तो उसको जरूरत नहीं. So these are the ethics which are to be adopted by banks also, for common person also, and for the person who is having an approach also. But these things deteriorates the reputation of banks also, and the people are very less interested in taking loans from banks in spite of low interest rates. Now the reviews are easily available on net. आज के दिन आप जो कुछ भी करते, जैसे हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी का रिव्यू है. See, this is the I have taken as an example. I have seen the review. Everything, my all stakeholders, the students which are being passing out from my university are giving their comments. So your reputation is available on internet now. You can't hide anything. Now you are in a world of knowledge. Now you are in the world of internet connectivity. So you cannot skip away from the things, and everything is available. So if you are not following the ethical standards, if we are not delivering our students with the proper education, if you are not helping our students to groom, they will be definitely writing on the net their feedback about the experience they had during 4 to 5 years at a particular organization. And that will reflect your image in the society. So if you are not following the ethics and the social responsibility, definitely you are going to face the repercussions of it. Okay? So it can build or break a brand. I remember, अभी आप देख रहे हो आज के दिन there is a brand of शहद. Ramdev ji is making shahad. Dabur is making shahad. But in the last, please switch off your mic, please. But in the last few months or few years, there is a very the clear facts are coming that the great amount of sugar is available in Dabur shahad, and the quality of Ramdev shahad is not good. So if you are not providing the quality, then the brand will also not work. But if you are providing quality, then the small brand will also become a big brand. मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ. हमारी कॉलोनी में हिसार से ऑर्गेनिक खेती करने वाला आदमी आता है और वो कार में आता है. और वो सबसे पहले आते ही अपने शहद के बारे में बताता है कि मेरा ऑर्गेनिक शहद है, और वो 4-5 टाइप का शहद देता है, एंड वो 500 रुपए का 1 किलो दे रहा है, कॉस्टली भी है, सस्ता भी नहीं। बट व्हाट हैपेंस, वो ये कहता है कि सर अगर ये खराब मिलता है, आपको अच्छा नहीं लगता है, तो अगली बार जब मैं आऊंगा तो आप मुझे से वापस कर देना। एंड माइंड इट, 1 साल के अंदर 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 मैं हर बार शहद उसी से मंगाता हूं, मैं कहीं शहद नहीं बदलता हूं। तो इट्स ऑल ब्रांडिंग, एंड ब्रांडिंग सिर्फ बातों से नहीं हो सकती। आप बातों से ब्रांडिंग करोगे तो 1 दिन हो जाएगी, 2 दिन हो जाएगी, थर्ड डे यू विल बी बिहाइंड द बार्स। और ब्रांडिंग कभी स्पीड नहीं हो सकती, ब्रांडिंग टेक्स इट्स ओन टाइम। आदमी के दिलों में जगह बनाने के लिए आपको टाइम लगेगा, and for that you require very high ethical and social standards. You have got a very big responsibility, so you cannot skip away from the responsibility. Now very important question, how startups can implement the business ethics? आप कैसे इसको implement करोगे? Now putting a strong ethical framework in place and key to make sure your startup doesn't find itself in the hot water down the road. Hot water मतलब in trouble. आपको ये ध्यान रखना है कि कहीं आप एथिकल फ्रेमवर्क इतना ज्यादा इंप्लीमेंट भी ना कर दो कि आपका स्टार्टअप ही ट्रबल में आ जाए, और या बिल्कुल इंप्लीमेंट ना करो कि स्टिल वो ट्रबल में आ जाए। तो ऑफ कोर्स दैट्स इजियर सेड दैट डन। देयर आर 9 tangible ways startup leaders can instill an ethical framework for their company. Like मैं अभी आपसे बात करता हूं, अभी जैसे अगर आप ध्यान से भी देखोगे तो स्टार्टअप्स में एक सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट करते समय यू डोंट रिक्वायर रिसोर्सेज विद यू। अगर आपके पास आइडिया है तो इट इज आल्सो अ वंडरफुल थिंग, एंड रादर आइडिया विदाउट इन्वेस्टिंग एनीथिंग। इफ वी टेक द एग्जांपल ऑफ ओयो, ओयो डजंट ओन एनी होटल, ओयो का अपना कोई होटल नहीं है, ओला उबर की अपनी कोई टैक्सी नहीं है, but they have given jobs to many hotels, they have given jobs to many taxis, they have involved many people into their startup. And nowadays you can't think of your hotel business without Oyo, and the taxi business without Ola and Uber, and it costs you rather less than the taxi or the driver whom you know very well. It's very important. So such kind of ideas are very 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 important. Zomato है, Swiggy है, they all are the service providers, है ना? The first is define your core values early on. If you remember, जैसे हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में ही है, तो हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत सी कंपनीज आती हैं, जैसे टेक महिंद्रा आती है, फ्लिपकार्ट है, वीसा टेक्नोलॉजीज है, लिप्सिस है, टीसीएस है, क्विनबे है, डेफोडिल्स है, विप्रो है, and many more companies are coming to our institute. It's a very good technical university, and you can also promote our university for taking admission into the various engineering courses and the science courses, because I am the integral part of my university, and I must intimate you people that it's a very good university, and the placements are very good, and the faculty is wonderful, and the administration is excellent. So what I am doing, I am basically telling my core values to you. I am again saying that here girl students are safe. The security is of very high level. Here the inter-student violations are, violence is less. The greenery is very good. The environment, the university is environment friendly. We are using electrical vehicles for the commutation of students from academic block to hostels and so on. What I am explaining. So I am telling you that all these companies, when come to our university for the campus placements, they all gives a 1-hour lecture about their company. What is the concept behind that? The concept behind that is they want to tell us about their core values. These are my core values, and we should, we are hiring you, and you will be provided with such kind of wonderful environment or the working culture over there, and which will create a feeling of attachment into the hearts of the candidates who are going to sit in the campus placement interviews. So it's not easy to join a company about which you are not knowing anything. Only salary doesn't matter. Many a times a candidate prefers the company whose work culture is good in spite of getting a lower salary. The work environment, the work culture, the ethical values are very important if you are having a human heart in you. And if you are not having a human heart, go with it. There are large population also without heart. Now, the second part is integral ethics into your hiring process. You have to choose right persons. Now remember that nowadays in many of the appointments, say पुलिस की भर्ती हो रही, there are appointments for the policemen, और वो पुलिस का आदमी 2 लाख रुपए देके 4 लाख रुपए ब्राइब देके 10 लाख रुपए देके भर्ती हो रहा है. So you can simply see that after joining the police, his first aim will be to get back that 10 lakh rupees. And to get back that 10 lakh rupees will not be easy process. It will motivate that policeman to do many unethical activities, many do wrong things. And those wrong things will create a chain activity into other policemen also, and the whole system will become corrupt. So when we are appointing anything, when we are appointing anyone, or we are going through the hiring process of our organization, at that very particular time, we have to be very ethical. We should not listen from anyone that he is my relative, he is my cousin, she is my cousin, and kindly, no, not at all. Follow your procedure, follow your standards, and if a particular person matches that person in all aspects, not only technical aspect, he may be good in technical sense, he may be good in academic sense, but he may not be a good person. So the hiring process should be an excellent one, because that one workforce is going to create a havoc in your organization, or it may create a heaven environment over there. So there's a difference which you want to consider, or to which you want to feel or have it in the days to come. Now, next, create a culture of openness and welcome dissent. Create a culture of openness. Your employees should be able to approach you. हमारे VC sir हैं, Dr. Rajendra Kumar Anayat, and he has got a wonderful nature and a character that हमारा एक PN है, या हमारे जो सबसे सीनियर प्रोफेसर हैं डीन एकेडमिक अफेयर्स हमारे, दोनों इक्वली फ्री हैं हमारे VC से अपनी प्रॉब्लम डिस्कस करने के लिए. तो such a character is required. He is open to all of us, and we love him because of his such a character, and we always feel free to talk to him. So create a culture of openness and a welcome dissent in your startup. Lead by example. You can take large number of examples. Subhash Chandra Bose, Kapil Dev, Dhoni, Pele, Maradona, Dhyan Chand, Kohli, all lead from examples. You cannot, even अगर आप याद करोगे तो आर्मी में या एयरफोर्स में ड्यूरिंग द वॉर कैजुअलिटीज जो होती हैं ऑफिसर्स की ज्यादा होती हैं और लो रैंकर्स की कम होती है. द रीजन बिहाइंड दैट इज एनी ऑपरेशन इज ऑलवेज बीइंग लेड बाय द ऑफिसर. वहां पर कभी भी आप सोल्जर को आगे नहीं भेजते. सोल्जर को ये कहते हो यू वेट, आई विल गो एंड आई विल आस्क यू टू कम और फॉलो मी. सो बीइंग ऑन the front end, you are facing the more number of casualties also. So you have to always lead by example. That's why the Indian forces are the best example of national integration and of high ethical standards. Next is craft something that everyone can own. Craft something that everyone can own. You should not be a person specific. You should not frame rules for a specific employee. You have to go for everyone. You can't be specific. Not only can this help attract good employees early, and also you should not work for a particular community. You should work for each and every person from any community and from any part of world. And that's why our defense forces, the Kendriya Vidyalayas, are the most successful organizations of the country. Learn from immediate peers or distant models. It's very important. आप जो कर रहे हो वही ठीक है, ये बिल्कुल गलत कंसेप्ट है। अभी जैसे डॉक्टर पवन ने कहा कि सर बायोमेडिकल डिपार्टमेंट अच्छा है, बट हम लोग ये सब चीजें, आपका फिजिक्स डिपार्टमेंट हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड कम्युनिकेशन बहुत अच्छा है, कंप्यूटर साइंस बहुत अच्छा है। जब वो डिपार्टमेंट कुछ करते हैं तो वी ऑल्सो गेट मोटिवेटेड टू डू समथिंग। हम कुछ कर रहे हैं तो हमसे वो लोग सीखते हैं, एंड अ हेल्दी कंपटीशन हैज टू बी देयर। You have to learn from others. You can't be jealous from the achievement of the other stakeholders or the other persons in your vicinity. Now, again, there is know your limits and recognize. आपको अपनी limits को पहचानना पड़ेगा. We are not here to compete with IITs and NITs. We know our customers. We know our students. So we have to work as per their customers. मैं बहुत बात करता हूँ, हम डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, हमारे यहाँ पे हर चीज को डिजिटल कर दो, हर चीज को डिजिटल कर दो, जेसीबी ले आओ, ये ले आओ, बट हमारी कंट्री में शायद इन चीजों की इतनी जरूरत अभी नहीं है। हमारी कंट्री में 1 अरब जनता को तो अभी यही नहीं पता है कि उनको रात का खाना मिला है तो सुबह का खाना मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा। दे रिक्वायर वर्क, दे रिक्वायर जॉब्स। तो अगर हम इतना डिजिटल इंडिया करेंगे या इतना ऑटोमेशन करेंगे तो दोज पीपल विल रिमेन हंग्री, they will die. Such kind of automation and such kind of things are being required in countries where the people are less and the service providers are less. You implement it over there. But as far as our country is concerned, China is concerned, Pakistan is concerned, where the basic needs are not being fulfilled, the digital India and automation hardly matters a lot for all of us. Say 2 crore, 3 crore people are okay with it. But yes, but the improvement should keep on going. It should be a slow process. It should be a slow process. No doubt about it. We have to improve upon the existing scenario, but not make hue and cry to implement it now, So we should think of it. Our limitations are very clear to us, and we should not go with the exactly to what technology delivers us. Next is, remember that the institutional character is fragile. It's very important. बहुत ही brittle होता है, आपको बहुत ध्यान से कैरेक्टर को रखना पड़ता है। अगर मेरे 4 स्टूडेंट किसी कंपनी में अपॉइंट हो रहे हैं, and if they are not performing well over there, and if they are creating nuisance over there, they are creating problems for my next generation students. That company will not hire students of my institution over there. So my product or my students are of such high ethical standard that they should not allow anybody to pinpoint the character of my institute. So we should have to inculcate the high level of character in all my students, in all my employees, and in all my products. Establish an independent board. You should have an independent board always there, which should not give their ideas on the biased mode. Because if you are making a board from the people who are inside the organization, that will create a biased opinion. We are not requiring a biased opinion, we are requiring an independent opinion. So we should create a board who gives their opinion in framing the policies regarding the startup without any biasing. Okay? Now I'll give you proofs of that, how the things have moved. And the very first proof is Costco. For example, Wall Street analysts have long jested Costco's CEO, Jim Sinegal, for paying high wages and keeping employees around long term. अभी मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल बताता हूं. हमारे यहाँ पे 10-12 कंपनीज के बारे में बताया. Out of that, those companies, one company asked, "Sir, we want to come first, and we want better students, because if the students are placed above 5 lakhs, we don't allow the student to sit in the remaining companies. So they want to have the more number of students to be seated in their interview." So our training and placement officer asked them, "Okay, if you want to have the more number of students, you have to increase the wages." And they, within few minutes, replied back, "Okay, sir, we are increasing our package to 8 lakhs. And ultimately, they got the opportunity to interact with the more number of students. So such an example is the first example. Jim Sinegal for paying high wages and keeping employees around long term, because this results in the higher benefit costs. But Sinegal stands by his belief that keeping good employees is strategic for Costa. Long-term success and growth. आज तो आप इनको highly pay कर रहे हो, but long-term में ये employees आपको high return वापस करेंगे, and this works out in a company's favor. Costs are considerably higher than those of the competitors like Walmart and Target. Not to mention, customer service at the stores is phenomenal and fast, and Costco continues to expand both in the number of warehouse and in products and services for business and customers. Another stellar example of business ethics in practice is Ultimate Software. For the past 4 years, Ultimate Software have been awarded the one spot on the Fortune's Best Workplace in Technology list. Now, what was the reason behind it? They had given the 100% healthcare coverage to their employees. They have taken care of the health standards of their employees on full payment basis. And this gives a complete satisfaction to their employees. I can give you the example of a very old institute, Technological Institute of Textile and Sciences, Bhiwani, which it's an institute which is being developed by Birla Group in 1942. Now, they have started a school for the children in the Bhiwani district, and whatever faculty they have appointed, they have allowed their children to study in that school. Now they have allowed the children to do the engineering education from the TIT itself.
Please mute yourself. All participants are requested to mute themselves. Yeah, please do not unmute.
Kindly unmute, please.
Please.
फिर आप यहाँ हमारे सीट के ऑफिस में छोड़ जाना. मैडम जैसे ही आएंगे ना वैसे साइन कर देंगे, क्योंकि
Jyoti ma'am, please unmute yourself. Jyoti madam, mute yourself, please.
Now that the institute had given the free engineering education to their kids, and their kids are well established nowadays. What is the genesis behind the thought? They have retained the faculty. They have retained the faculty, and because of that old and a very good faculty, they are getting very good admissions. The institute which was established in 1942 is running like anything nowadays also. They are having very good placements. And in a place like Bhiwani, which was like a village up to 2000 and 2002. So such kind of initiatives will create a very good team force with you. And the third example, maybe you are a startup that doesn't have the luxury of offering salary incentives or covering healthcare benefits, but maybe you can focus your efforts on where your supply chain comes from or the overall working conditions of your employees. Now, the outwear clothing company Patagonia is a leading example of the business that follows ethical sourcing and the manufacturing. Since 1994, they have used originally ground cotton instead of pesticides heavy cotton. See, just to create a good environment and to come out with the environment friendly clothes, they have taken the ground cotton instead of pesticide heavy cotton. That may reduce the cost. That may do something else benefit, but it will, second part, the pesticide heavy cotton must have or will have affected the environment. So they avoided that, and they also altered its entire supply chain to ensure environment friendly, safe working conditions. And because of that, they had been awarded for the Champion of Earth Award. And it's a big award, which will gives you a very wide publicity, and you will be considered among the environment friendly players? A very important question, how to prioritize the social responsibility. Thank you. How to prioritize the social responsibility, because one of the biggest challenges startup face is simply getting off the ground. मतलब आप बहुत छोटे अमाउंट से शुरू करते हो, तो आप सोसाइटी को वापस कैसे करोगे? This is the biggest challenge. Carving out the resources to give back can seem like a daunting prospect or even a luxury reserved for larger corporations, but that doesn't have to be the case. However, before you start putting together plans for how your startup will integrate social responsibility into its core values, you need to learn how to prioritize it. Even startups that have accessed the right assets can find the prioritization of the social responsibility a challenge. Answering these questions will give startup a sense. अगर आप इन 5 क्वेश्चंस का आंसर करते हो, तो you will be able to prioritize your social responsibilities. The very first, in what ways does your business impact both positively and negatively? यानी आपके बिजनेस का इम्पैक्ट जो है आपको क्लियर होता है कि इसका नुकसान भी हो सकता है सोसाइटी को और इसका फायदा भी हो सकता है. So you have to look into it कि negative aspect almost negligible हो. If not avoidable, it should be minimal. And in terms of its employees, the environment, the local community, the society, the customers, and the suppliers. Again, you have to check out what are the core strengths of your business. What are the pressing needs in the major communities where your business operates, and how do they intersect with your business strengths? Are the competitors practically responsible business? If so, how can you differentiate yourself? जो आपके competitors हैं, वो भी same business कर रहे होंगे, लेकिन still जैसे आपके आसपास में मिठाई की बहुत सी दुकानें, अब मिठाई आपने भी बेचनी है. How will you go? You can go with the organic sweets, कि हम जो दूध इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं वो उन भैंसों या गायों के दूध से बनता है जो ऑर्गेनिक चारा खाती हैं. You can go with कि मेरी जो जलेबी बन रही है वो सिर्फ देसी घी की बन रही है, मैं डालडा या रिफाइंड ऑयल यूज ही नहीं कर रहा हूं. So simply for making profit, you cannot lower your standards. You have to increase your brand. You have to increase the quality of the product. You can charge more. People will pay. No doubt about it, people will pay. There will be a separate community which will pay for the costly product. But for that, you have to invest more. You have to take proper quality measures or quality check measures for the sustainability of them. What resources are available to execute the social responsibility strategies from manpower to the product part? है ना? जैसे हम लोग अगर बात करते हैं डिफेंस फोर्सेस की, because I am a very big fan of our defense forces, तो वो लोग एक दिन क्या करते हैं, श्रमदान करते हैं, और उस दिन वो लोग पूरी शाम जो उनका एरिया है जहां पर वो रहते हैं वो घास काटेंगे, पत्थर कहीं पे इकट्ठे उनको इकट्ठा करके एक जगह डाल देंगे, कहीं पे कूड़ा पड़ा हुआ उसको इकट्ठा करके एक जगह डाल देंगे. बट इफ वी पीपल आर बीइंग आस्क्ड टू डू दिस, दे विल ऑलवेज से कि ये तो जमादार का काम है, ये तो स्वीपर का काम है. अरे भाई, हम जब अपने घर में सफाई कर सकते हैं, जब हम राधा स्वामी के मंदिर में जाके सफाई कर सकते हैं, या हम किसी धार्मिक डेरे में जाके सफाई कर सकते हैं, तो जहां हम रह रहे हैं, जिस पोर्शन को हम मैक्सिमम टाइम यूज करते हैं, उसकी सफाई अपने आप क्यों नहीं कर सकते? Why we are basically depending upon the sweepers? Why we are basically depending upon the cleaning persons? Can't we give the shramdan? We have to give. We have to give and own our social responsibility. And own our social responsibility. Okay? Now, startup social responsibility, how to give back when you are getting off the ground. Next. This is very important question कि जब आप शुरुआत करते हो तो आप कैसे वापस कर सकते हो. The very first thing is कल्टिवेट अ कल्चर कमिटेड टू सोशल चेंज। आपको ये कल्चर डेवलप करना पड़ेगा। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि हमको जो संस्कार है, हमें संस्कार बच्चों को बचपन से देने पड़ते हैं। अगर उसको बड़ा होने के बाद में गुस्सा करूंगा तो ही विल रिएक्ट, या वो आत्महत्या करने भागेगा, या वो पंखे से लटकेगा, बिकॉज आपने उसको कभी बचपन में गुस्सा किया ही नहीं, या बचपन में कभी आपने उसको एथिक्स से, संस्कार के बारे में उससे बात ही नहीं किया। और जब वो बड़ा हो जाता है तो यू वांट कि ये बच्चा अच्छा बने, ये बच्चा संस्कारी बने, ये बच्चा मुझे उल्टा ना बोले। यू हैवंट डिवोटेड एनी टाइम ड्यूरिंग हिज younger days, and now you are expecting out of him he should respect you. So it's an unethical thing which you are expecting from. It's unethical on your part because you haven't performed your duty at times. बच्चे को गुस्सा करना, बच्चे को प्यार करना या बच्चे को मारना is not unethical at times when it is required. It is unethical when you haven't performed your duty, then you are expecting good social standards from. Second thing, look at what people need. आपको ये देखना पड़ेगा कि आप एंड यूजर्स के रिक्वायरमेंट है और वो आपको छोटे छोटे हिस्सों में पूरी करनी पड़ेगी, not as a whole, not as a whole. The third is start small and ask for help. छोटे लेवल से स्टार्ट करिए आप और उसको बड़े लेवल पे बढ़ाइए। मैंने बहुत से अच्छे स्कूल देखे हैं which have been grown into big branded schools, but they have started from a single room, 7 to 8 students, but because of their high ethical standards they have converted into big branded schools. I can ask you name few. Sarvodaya Public School है दादरी में, it was started with a RED school है Chuchakwas में. It's a big brand nowadays. They are offering franchises of their schools. So you can start with a small thing, but the patience is a very good trait which you are supposed to own. So you are supposed to own the patience. Next is lay the groundwork for the sustainable supply chain. You can go with the supply chain because mouth to mouth marketing is the best part. You cannot market everything on the media, but the persons who are using your products are the best marketers to you. मैं ये मान के चलता हूं कि जो बच्चे मेरे यहां से पढ़ के जा रहे हैं उनसे अच्छी मार्केटिंग मेरे लिए कोई भी नहीं कर सकता। अगर मैं ऐड देता हूं, अखबार में ऐड दे रहा हूं, I'm advertising on FM, I'm advertising on TV channels. Best advertising part is my students. They are my ambassadors. If they are satisfied with the services, they are going to give me the best customers again. Give your directors on board. Get your directors on board. अपने जितने भी आपके डायरेक्टर्स हैं उन सारों को frequently communication में रखें. You should not leave them apart. Okay, do it. Keep checks to get their feedbacks. Okay, because they are responsible for building your social character. After all, the individuals holding the purse strings want to understand the business in parts, and it's their job to laser focused on returns. Okay, then the sustaining enthusiasm among employees. आपके एम्प्लॉयज का एंथुसियाज्म नहीं टूटना चाहिए, वो डिप्रेस्ड नहीं होने चाहिए. They have to be very strong in their delivery. Then volunteered time of VTO, it's a very important concept. अगर जैसे आपका 5 days week है तो आप 5 दिन में से एक दिन आदमियों को बोलिए कि आप लोग सोशल सर्विस करके आइए. Take initiative, which we have decided to deliver the goods. And the next is discussed volunteer opportunities as a team. तो उनको volunteers बनाइए and let them decide on their own and come out with the better ideas. The proofs of this thing are in 2017 Cone Communication study about corporate social responsibility CSR found that companies must now share now only what they stand for, but what they stand up for. Not standing for, but standing up for some key takeaways from the study revealed that 60% of the consumers are looking towards the businessman to take lead on the social and environmental change. 70% of the people want companies to take up the issues related to social justice. 76% of the people declined to do business with a company if it held views and supported issues which conflicted with their beliefs. It's very simple. अगर आप उनकी feelings को ध्यान में नहीं रख रहे हो, तो 63, 78 and 76% of the share you are going to lose. Again, we have the elements group good purpose study found that more than half of the consumers said that अगर दो products का price same है, तो हम उस brand को follow करेंगे जो social cause को भी address कर रहा है. If you remember, अभी पीछे advertisements आ रही थी आपकी, उसमें शांति निहार आवरा तेल की ऐड आया करती, और वो ये कहते थे कि जो भी शांति निहार आंवला तेल को खरीदेगा, उसमें से ₹1 हम डिप्राइव्ड चिल्ड्रन की हेल्प के लिए दान करेंगे. उसकी सेल एकदम से बढ़ गई, उसकी सेल एकदम से बढ़ गई, बिकॉज दे आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग फॉर द सोशल कॉजेस. तो अगर आप सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को और एथिकल स्टैंडर्ड्स को मेंटेन करते हो, तो यू आर बीइंग एबल टू go with very high standards and very good profits and very good sale. The example 2, again pointing towards the same thing, Nielsen's Global Corporate Sustainability Report found that 66% of the global consumers are willing to pay more for sustainable brands. अभी मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं, अगर आपके ब्रांड में ये ताकत है कि वो आपको क्वालिटी बहुत अच्छी दे रहा है, स्टैंडर्ड्स मेंटेन कर रहा है प्रोडक्ट के, और यूजर एंड है, जो एंड यूजर है या जो कंज्यूमर है, वो उसे कंज्यूम करने के बाद में फ्रॉड फील नहीं कर रहा है, तो योर ब्रांड विल प्रॉस्पर. देयर विल नॉट बी एनी प्रॉब्लम एट ऑल. नेक्स्ट. Here are 5 things you should avoid at all costs when creating a socially responsible business model. ये 5 चीजें आपको अवॉइड करनी है जब आप स्टार्टअप शुरू करोगे या आप बिजनेस करोगे. A study of Fortune 500 companies found that the firms that engage in socially responsible behavior towards their stakeholders are subsequently more likely to engage in a socially irresponsible behavior towards their same stakeholders at a later juncture. The using company initiatives to hide or avoid a controversy. कंपनी को अगर कोई अपनी कंट्रोवर्सी है तो उसको ये कहकर अवॉइड नहीं करना है कि मैं ये काम कर रहा था, ये सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बियर की थी, इसलिए ये कंट्रोवर्सी आई. अपनी गलती किसी और पे डालने की जरूरत नहीं है. The third is charitable efforts that are not related to your core business focus or ethical standards. Instead of blindly sending money to completely unrelated organizations, find a non-profit organization that your startup believes in or a project in your community that aligns with your core values. खाली दान आप कर रहे हो कि ठीक है मैंने पैसा दे दिया, और आप चेक बैक ही नहीं कर रहे हो कि उस पैसे का यूज क्या हो रहा है, that will again spoil your image, because that amount or that donation or that help can be misused. It should be avoided. Okay. Now, using CSR opportunities solely for marketing purpose. सिर्फ कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को आप सिर्फ मार्केटिंग के लिए यूज करो, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं करना है. इट शुड बी अ पार्ट ऑफ इट. मार्केटिंग कैन बी पार्ट ऑफ इट, बट नॉट solely. 75 to 80% is only the social responsibility. It should be only the social responsibility. And the last, don't make decisions about social responsibility behind closed doors. कोई भी डिसीजन आप बंद दरवाजे के अंदर मत करिए. It should be open to all, it should be discussed with all, and it should be clarified to all, so that a good suggestions can be invited and your decision can be a fruitful one. So this is all from my side. I hope I could have create something in you people towards the ethical standards and the social responsibility, because I have talked about startup, but it is relevant and prevalent for all type of organizations. whether it's an old organization or it's an organization to be brought up in the days to come. Whenever we start a new department, whenever we start a new family life, all these aspects are relevant for all these organizations. So thank you very much. If any questions are welcome for. Any questions?
Participants are requested to ask their queries, if any. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words. I am Dr. Poonam from the Department of Biomedical Engineering, and today on the behalf of Biomedical Engineering Department, I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to Dr. Rajendra Kumar Anayar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, for sparing time out of his very busy schedule for blessing all of us. I am also thankful to Dr. Suresh Kumar, Vardi Registrar of our university, for providing all the administrative approvals for organizing this program. Further, I would like to thank Professor Pawan Kumar Dahiya, AICT FTP University Coordinator, for providing this opportunity to us and also motivating us with his kind words. I'm thankful to Dr. Manoj Duhan, Chairman Biomedical Engineering Department, for his continuous support and motivation for organizing this program. I'm also thankful to the entire biomedical engineering organizing team for this FTP and the University Computer Center for the unending support provided by them. I'm also thankful to all the participants from different fields for showing interest in this program. Thank you one and all, and we'll be moving for our first session by Ms. Ranjana, Madam Ranjana, after break of 10 minutes. So we'll assemble again after 10 minutes. Thank you all. Keep connected with us. Thank you.
We will join at 11:40.
बेटी इस पे सेल्फ टेस्टेड लिख के साइन करो, इस पे भी सेल्फ टेस्टेड लिख के साइन। ये करके लाओ।
Welcome back after the break. Once again, a very good morning to all of you, to all the participants. We start with the first session of our program, and it is by Ranjana Singh. She is partner and patent attorney with K&S Partners, intellectual property attorneys. Ranjana is well known to me, not today, but way back 15 years when we were together studying at IIT Delhi. She was pursuing her master's in polymer science and technology, and I joined my IIT. And then I joined as a PhD scholar at IIT in biomedical engineering department. She was there in polymer science and engineering. We both had 2 years great time with each other. So after submitting her thesis, then she joined in Polyplex R&D Center. And after that, then she completed her, she specialized herself in patent drafting and prosecutions in various areas of polymer science and technology, nanotechnology, specialty chemicals, packaging, cosmetics, personals and healthcare, material science, metallurgy, and so on. Presently, she advises domestic and global enterprises on the key IPR issues. And those issues, they include the opinions on the freedom to operate, patentability, infringement analysis, validity, enforcements of patents, and so on. So today we have with us Ranjana Singh, and she will enlighten us with what basically patents are and what is the role in our field. So, ma'am, I formally welcome you for the talk. And now you can share your screen and start with your presentation. Ranjana, ma'am.
Yeah, sure, Dr. Geeta. Thank you so much for my generous introduction. And thank you, AICTE and GCUS University for having me today to share my views on creating intellectual property, protecting and enforcing your IP rights. So I'll share my screen. Dr. Geeta, I have to give me the rights to share the screen.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, I'll do that.
Ma'am, you are co-host now and you can share your PPT now. Please.
Sure.
You can start, ma'am. You have been made the co-host now. Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ranjana, ma'am, it is visible to us.
Okay, and it's on full screen.
Yeah, it's full screen.
Yeah. So in the given time, I'll take you through the various types of intellectual property, the importance of IPR for startups, MSMEs, and institute also, because I understand there are many faculty members, students attending this event. And my focus will be on the patents, as I am a patent attorney, and what are the requisites are required for patents, its filing procedure in India, with some case studies. So very briefly, I'll take you through about our firm. We are a 27-year-old firm founded in 1994 with 3 people. And now we are around 250. We have 115 professionals. We provide end-to-end services, whether it is patents, design, trademark, copyright, or when it comes to plant variety or geographical indications. Our firm has a unique professional and collegial partnership. It is not owned by any family member. Whosoever is performing well has the partnership in the firm. And our vision is to be the finest IP law firm in India. So as I said, we cover all aspects of IPs, from patents, design, trademark, copyright, plant variety, and geographical indications. We provide advisory, as Dr. Geeta indicated, that from prior art searches to freedom to operate, landscape analysis to find the white space analysis, where you can do research and identify the IPR for yourself. Then prosecution, we do drafting and prosecution of the for the inventors, for mainly for the innovators. And we also give protection with respect to anti-counterfeit actions, border enforcement, and if there are any opposition or revocation matters is supported by KNS partners. And we are also involved in some transactional, like for the due diligence and merger and acquisitions. Our practice areas involve biotechnology, biomedical, biosciences, computer science and engineering, mechanical engineering, pharma, chemistry, litigation, trademark, copyrights, and geographical indications. We have pan-India presence. We are located in Gurgaon, New Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Chennai, and Bangalore. So in India, we have 4 patent offices. One is in New Delhi, Chennai, Calcutta, and Mumbai. So our presence is mostly in all the places except Calcutta. So the unique part of KNS Partners is that we have highly qualified professionals. We have PhDs, postdoctoral, masters, MTechs, engineers. to handle the patent and trademark portfolios. And we are around 27 partners in the firm and 27 patent attorneys, 13 patent agents, and technical specialists are 17. So that way, we understand the invention well and help the inventors, the assignees, the applicants to draft their patent application and prosecute at patent office. We take pride in sharing that we are driven by our values. In short, we say it CLIPS, which means client first. It's a learning organization. We give ample number of opportunity to our colleagues to learn and enhance their knowledge on daily basis. Integrity, people care. And in people care, I can say that we as a firm, I have seen people joining us, but it's a very stable, attrition rate is nil because people join and stay with us and we have experienced attorneys. Socially responsible, as Dr. Manoj touched upon a lot on that. And this is one of the value which is very close to my heart also. And I'm actively involved in many of these social responsible activities. We help underprivileged students, the senior citizens in all aspects. We give them monetary aspects. Sometimes we go and visit senior citizens because they are abandoned by the family and people are not there to talk to them, their own people. So we help the society in this way. And so these are the values which we are driven by. So this is all about KNS Partners. And I'll talk about various intellectual property rights. So beginning with what is intellectual property? Basically, intellectual property is a creation of human mind, which is protected by a law governed by the given country. Because intellectual property right protections are territorial in nature. You have to protect it in respective countries of your interest. Intellectual property, broadly, I will say it is an intangible asset. Intangible asset means we cannot see it physically. If we see our land, real estate, those are considered as tangible asset because we can see it. However, intellectual property is an intangible asset. We cannot see it, but with certainty, I can say that it gives the benefit as how the real estate property gives to you. And by the end of my presentation, I think along with me, everybody will appreciate that yes, intellectual property is also an asset, is a very important asset to you. And that's why for intellectual property, I can say you have to take care of it as you take care of your real estate, your property, land base, or any of your assets. That's why IPR, it's like it must be developed, defined, protected, maintained, upgraded, and used to realize its real value. So coming to the first aspect of intellectual property is trademarks. And I'm sure the symbols, the logos that I have shown you on the right-hand side of the slide, you are familiar with it. So this is the importance of trademark. A trademark, in a short, if I have to say, it is a face of a business. It could be a distinctive symbol, sign, logos, help consumer to distinguish between competing goods and services. You just look at the symbol. Oh, this is Puma. This is L'Oreal, GE, Pizza Hut. And that's the brand they create for themselves, and that's the business. Here in today's presentation, I'm just taking you through the various aspects of IP, and as you have seen the schedule, the agenda of coming five days, my other colleagues will talk in more detail about the aspects of IP. I will be taking you through in more detail and depth with respect to patents. Another very important aspect of IP is copyright. The things which can't be protected either in trademark or in patents, they can be protected through copyright. So copyright is the original work of authorship and it includes literary, including computer program, dramatic, musical, artistic work. And in many of the countries, the copyright is automatically given to the author. But in India, we have to put that symbol C. You must be aware that with the symbol of C, and it makes you the author and give you the, and it gives and protects your right of copyright. Term of copyright is for the author's life plus 60 years. Another very important aspect of IPR is design. Nowadays, we have seen that we think of protecting the trademark and to an extent also the patents, the technology, the innovations which we are doing on a daily basis. And I have seen that protecting design is not of that interest to people, but it is very important to protect the design, because many of the furniture, the cutleries that we see in hotels, restaurants and all, those are protected under design. And like the packaging industries, the bottles I have shown in the figures, these are all protected under design property. And for the design, it only matters the aesthetic aspect of an article. You don't have to see whether it has any functionality attached to it. No, only how it looks, but it should be new. That no one has come up with that design, that color combination, that aesthetic appeal. You can apply for a design application. It adds values to the product by making it more appealing to consumers. Many times I have seen people will not see the content of what's stored in attractive bottles or the good shaped packaging, and they just go and buy the products by design. Another important aspect is geographical indication, and I heard in the morning by Dr. Rajendra Kumar, he was touching about the basmati rice. So that's the geographical indication, intellectual property right, which is protected by our Indian government. And the geographical indication possesses their peculiar property or a reputation due to their geographical origin, like how basmati rice. Similarly, the Darjeeling tea, this is protected GI for us. Tripati laddus, you have seen. The blue pottery, which is very famous of Rajasthan, Jaipur. So these are related to geographical indication, and it must be protected. And for the geographical indication, the rights are granted to the community. It's not granted to any individual or the company, unlike trademarks or design or patents. Another thing is like trade secret. And you must have heard about the Coca-Cola recipe. And the story goes like that: in the same organization, not even two people will know the complete recipe at a time. One person will be knowing the half of the recipe, and other person will be knowing the half of the recipe. So that's the trade secret. They will not disclose to anybody. They will not file a patent application for it, to keep the composition secret forever. Similarly, like KFC, that they also maintaining their intellectual property by keeping trade secret. Now the question comes, why trade secret and why patents to file? So when we advise for patents is that because now people are very smart, they can do reverse engineering. Whatever you are making, they will do reverse engineering and start copying the same. But if it is protected, no one can do it. So trade secret is advised when you know the product is so complicated, no one can reverse engineer it, you can go for trade secret. Coming to the patents, which is close to me because I'm a patent attorney and I practice this on day-to-day basis. And I'll take you in more detail through patents, the importance of patent, and why we should be very cautious about any invention we do, anything which we believe is new, which is different, and bring change to the society. So patent by definition, it is a set of exclusive rights granted by a government authority. It provides a solution to a specific technological problem. It protects technology in any field, either it's computers or biomedical or polymers. Patent gives protection of your innovation for 20 years. So lifetime of patent is 20 years. After that, it is open to the public. Whosoever is interested can practice your invention. But for 20 years, you will get the monopoly. No one can manufacture, sell, or import the product which you have protected. You have get the grants for that in the countries. So wherever you have filed patent and you have granted the patent in those specific countries, no one can exploit your invention without your permission. And as I said, patent rights are territorial in nature. And for the patents, it is said that patent is an award for the inventor and reward for the investor. And I will explain this phrase in my coming slides when I will touch upon the benefits of IPR and patents. So we have seen that there are different types of IPR like patent, trademark, design, copyright. And then the question comes, many times people ask that, can we have IPR, many IPRs in a single product? So answer is yes. If you can see my cursor, so I can show that on that bottle. Here, what is inside the bottle, the composition, the liquid composition, suppose there is a juice and you have to, that composition is new for any health drink, you can file a patent application for it. The logo, the symbol, the tagline can be filed as a trademark. And you can see the grooves in the bottle. This can be filed as a design application. And whatever the brochure will be available for this project, that can be protected under copyright. Similarly, on the right-hand side, the toothpaste composition, you can file it as a patent. The Happy Dents can be filed as a trademark. The design of the bottle of the tube, which is like curved and it can withstand, that can be protected as a design. And the brochure can be protected as copyright. So single product, different IPRs can be protected. And this is very important for startups, because when startups start, they should look around all possible type of IPRs which can they protect for their IPR and make a nice netted IP portfolio for them. So coming to the next agenda of the session, importance of IPR for startups. Here I will also discuss about how the IPR will be beneficial for the institute also. So just to give some framework about the startup eligibility when they want to file a patent or the IPR in particular domains. So the startup eligibility is, the startup age should be less than 10 years. It could be private limited or partnership or limited liability partnership organization. The annual turnover of startup should be less than 100 crores in any of the previous financial year. So this is very important. If they cross 100 crores, then they will not take the benefit of startup with respect to IPR, whatever government initiatives are there. It should be original entity, not a subsidiary or spin-off or restructured business from the existing company, which is more than 10 years old. And the other criteria, and I'm very glad to see that with the startup initiative, the specific importance is given to IPR. So they say that startup eligibility criteria will be given to the organization if it works towards development or improvement of a product process. It should have a scalable business model with high potential for creation of wealth and employment. So I will be touching only about the IPR aspect, and many benefits are given to startup for IPR. The official fee is reduced to 80% for startups, individuals, and very recently I have seen that government affiliated universities also. I think it's not more than 10 days that the fee has been reduced for the institutes also. It gives benefit of expedite examination, because once the patent application is filed, it has to be examined by the patent office to see whether the invention is new or not, whether it has any utility or not. So that also is, they can file expedite examination. And I have seen that the patent is granted within 1 year time of its filing to many of these startups. So coming to the point that why IP protection is required for startups or any organization, and it should be done at the earliest. So I will try to explain this with the help of my slide. See, I have an idea, and as we all know that intellectual property is there, but it's not my priority. We'll see, okay, let me arrange in more investors, or let me see how I can set up my company, the infrastructure. They know that intellectual property lies, but it is not their priority. But someone is observing that you are doing a great job, you're innovating. You will not protect your intellectual property. Certainly, if you are not protecting, I have full right to copy it. And with hard work, you come up with a project of 100 rupees. And Mr. Copycat, who is doing nothing, no research, no infrastructure for doing a hard research and development, no human resources expenses, just copied your idea, start manufacturing, and launch the product of 50 rupees. Certainly, as a customer, as a consumer, to whom you will like to go? To the supplier who is giving same product in less amount. So this is my strong advice, that whenever you are doing any research and you believe it can be protected, please take advice. Please do search yourself or take advice of the expert whether it can be patentable or not, or we can protect the IPR or not. This slide talks about specifically for the startups, that what they should do before starting up their business, before investing so much amount in a business. So my advice to startup SMEs, to conduct due diligence prior to investing. So it's like how I am protecting my rights. Similarly, I should also not infringe others' protected rights. Suppose I want to start a manufacturing of a mobile, and I don't know whether it is patented or not. I just, okay, so many people are manufacturing mobile, let me start my company. I started. And I don't know whether it is patented or not, and I am least interested to know that. I launched the product in the market, and then this Mr. came and say, hey, I hold a patent. You can't practice this. Now I am spinning. So this is why we have to do search before launching a product, before investing so much into your business, whether am I infringing somebody's right or not. And if after the due diligence, you can go ahead. And this is also, here I will explain you what are the prerequisites before, as a startup, you launch your product, or as a startup, or as an innovator, or as an inventor, you would like to discuss your idea with someone. So I have an idea. Either I can go this way without thinking of IPR, or I can go the right way, thinking of IPR and see how I can protect it, how I should disclose my invention, my idea to those people. So one thing is that you can file a provisional application at patent office and protect your idea. And if you want to discuss your idea with some licensee or with some investor or with any of your friends or any of the conferences you want to disclose your idea, You can sign a non-disclosure agreement with them. Do research and search of your idea, whether it is new or it's already available in public domain. And please do seek advice from the experts to help you out whether it can be protected in any aspect or not. So here I have listed a few of the benefits of IPR. The benefit is that you protect your innovation. And by protecting your innovation, you exclude others from manufacturing it, selling it, importing the protected innovation. So in a way, you are the sole supplier of that, and you are keeping your competitors away from that technology. So this is the benefit that you get when you protect your IPR and exclude others from manufacturing and practicing it. It helps in leveraging your business, and there is n number of research available now, the data available now, that the companies, that the startups that have patents or IPR in their name are attracting more investors as compared to the organizations which are not having protected IPR. So they have innovations, they have technologies, they are manufacturing them better than others, but they have not protected that intellect. And because of that, they are not attracting the investors as compared to their counterparts, which are having protected IPR. Certainly, it builds a reputation and it helps in licensing and monetization. And I will explain these benefits in my subsequent slides. From the institute point of view, I can see that it gave name and prestige to the institute, create more chances of entrepreneurship and startups. Certainly, it attracts funding at national and international levels, learning experience for researchers and students, and better career opportunity for researchers. And here I will say that when I was doing my master's, I'm talking about when I was doing master's from IIT Delhi, Geeta was also there. As she said, she was pursuing PhD. By that time, at least many of us were not aware of what this IPR, what this patent is all about. In fact, I started my career in research and development. I stayed there for 4 or 5 years. And when I moved to GE as a scientist, there they had a dedicated IP team. And we researchers were always doing something in lab and, with the helmets, with the shoes, and always standing. And I saw that IP people, the patent people, they were sitting on their system and enjoying the beautiful environment of GE because they can pick their laptop, do and start doing the patent work anywhere. And very nice opportunity. I find that, yes, we can have a career in IP. And from there, I got fascinated and how I moved to IPR. And now from last 13, 14 years, I'm practicing IPR. So this gives you better career opportunities for researchers and increased scope for research, because when you are doing research, when you are looking at the different patents and the prior arts, you know that this is already existing. Now let me do something new and move forward. So the list is endless when I touch upon the benefits of IPR. And just to emphasize the benefits for the interest of the startup or the institutes, I have picked up this data from EU, IPO and EPO, where they have indicated how the larger firms that own IPR generate 20% higher revenue per employee than their counterparts without an IP portfolio. Then it says firms that own IPRs pay an average 19% higher wages than the firms do not. See the comparison, 20% hike to aapko वैसे ही मिल गया if the firm is having IPR. Similarly, for SMEs with IPR portfolio generate 68% higher revenue per employee than firms without IPR portfolio. So now I think you would be able to appreciate the benefits of IPR. If not, we'll go to the next slide. This is a case study of Gillette Mac Free Razor. See the beauty of this Mach 3 razor, and I am sure like 95% people will be using Gillette Mach 3 blade razor. It is protected by, the single product is protected by 35 patents. 35. They created a cluster of patents, covered all multiple technologies. See, all multiple technologies means whatever is possible to cover. Number of blades, the spacing between the blades, the angle between the blades and the handle, the holding tab, the sharpness and the gap between both the connector and the blade. So each and every aspect they have covered in 35 patents. They keep the competitors totally out of market. No one can enter into it. I know one of their competitors, Energizer. They went into litigation, spent huge amount, millions of amount in the litigation matter. Still, Gillette has protected their IPR so strongly that the Energizers entered market, but with 4 blade razors, not with 3 blade razors. So this is how, when you are having a strong IPR, you block your competitors. So next study I have picked up to show the power of licensing your technology. See, startups today, the innovators, I can say, the startup or the innovators. And I heard Dr. Manoj, he was saying that the innovators can come from the villagers also, not necessary that it will be from big universities or institutes. So I got some idea. I have an invention. I will patent it, and I will look for the licensee for that. Who can take my innovation, pay me, and enjoy whatever I have invented? So this is a case study of Saiki Toyoda weaving machine. They got a patent in 1929 on automatic weaving machine. They licensed their weaving machine technology, and through that license, they earned huge royalties post 1929. Whatever they earned from that license, through licensing this technology, they invested it into their R&D team on automobiles. See, from weaving machine, they invested into automobiles, and today everybody knows Toyota Motor Company. So where that automatic weaving machine, they license it to someone to commercialize it, and today we know the world-class Japanese company. So this is the beauty of protecting the intellectual property right, protecting, maintaining, using it to realize the real asset of their intellectual property. So I hope by now this is clear, and I can move to the patent requisites filing procedure in India. Here I will cover more on the patent side, how patents and our requirements as per Indian Patent Act. Because as I told you that IPR rights are territorial in nature, they are governed by respective countries. And here I will take you through how it is governed in India and what is disclosed in our Patent Act. So as per Indian Patent Act, under section 21J, it defines invention. So invention means new. The new should be there. New product or process involving an inventive step and capable of industrial application. I will explain you what new means, what inventive step means, and what is industrial application means one by one. So invention relates to a product or process or both. It must be new, inventive, and industrial application. Indian Patent Act also describes what is the meaning of inventive step. So it says inventive steps, and I request everyone to be very attentive here, that inventive step means a feature of an invention that involves technical advance. Because why many times we think, oh, it's already there. What I have done nothing, thoda sa improvement kiya hai, thoda sa modification kiya hai, and I don't know. It's not new. Everybody knows it. Maine bas itna sa kiya. So that itna sa, if it is giving a technical advance, please explore the possibilities of protecting it. If it is giving some economic significance or both, someone was preparing some biomedical device of 100 rupees. And I have coming up with a device of only 50 rupees or say 75 rupees, not even 50, 75 rupees from 100. Yes, it is patentable. One must think of protecting it. So 21J inventive step describes either technical advancement or it can give you economic significance, or and it is not obvious to a person who is skilled in art, it can be patentable. So as I said, in India, we can file a patent application either for a product, it can be composition, formulation, or the composition of a matter, a machine, no, apparatus of doing something, or a process, method of doing something. And as per Indian Patent Act, there are some exclusions to patentability, which falls under section 3 and 4. I will cover these sections also, which is not patentable in India. And one important thing is that mere idea is not patentable. You have to show some practicability, some experiments to indicate that that idea can be workable. So if it is a mere idea, please, it is not patentable. And in India, new use or use of a known substance is also not patentable. This also I will describe. It falls under section 3 in more detail. So as per Indian Patent Act, what is not patentable is any invention which is frivolous, which is contrary to public order or morality or causing prejudice to human, animal or plant life is not patentable. Naturally occurring microorganisms, genes, proteins, not patentable. Section 3D, it's very, I can say, a bottleneck for the pharmaceutical companies mainly, because section 3D says mere discovery of a new form, salt or isomers, like some already one compound is known and you just made a salt of it. Excuse me, it is not patentable. Some compound is known with a methyl group and now I'm coming with it like ethyl group, not patentable. New property. Suppose you have identified that my spectacles are clear and someone also come up with that it, apart from clear, it is also non-glossy. But it was already there. So new property of the same composition is not patentable. Provided if you want to patent some with similar salts or isomers, then it should show some enhanced efficacy. Then only it will be patentable. Under section 3E, mere admixture of known substances is not patentable. They have to show some synergy, some surprising effect. Then it is patentable. 3F, this is mainly for the mechanical devices, like mere arrangement or rearrangement or duplication of known devices is not patentable. Agriculture and horticulture methods are not patentable. Treatment of human beings is not patentable in India. I have seen that in US, Europe, in many countries, method of treatment of human beings, animals are patentable, but not in India. The plants, animals in whole or any part, other than the microorganisms, not patentable. A computer program per se or algorithm, a mathematical or business method, not patentable. If you want to make a patentable subject matter for computer program per se, it has to be connected to some hardware. Literary, dramatic is not patentable. This you can protect under copyright. Any other aesthetic creation, it's not patentable, but you can cover it under design application, the aesthetic creation that we discussed. Mere scheme, rule or method for doing any mental act or method of playing game, not patentable. Topography of integrated circuit, not patentable. Traditional knowledge, because there are a lot of traditional knowledge available with us in India. It is not patentable. We remember we revoked one of the turmeric patent in US because they were saying it has anti-inflammatory properties. And we know turmeric from, from Ramayana and Mahabharata days. So that traditional knowledge is not patentable. In fact, we revoke other patent applications also in different countries on traditional knowledge. As I said, under section 4, inventions relating to atomic energies are not patentable. So whenever patent office receives any application and they scrutinize whether any component is there related to atomic energy or not. So these are few of the things which we have to keep in mind when we seek advices or you want to know whether it is patentable in India or not. So now I will take you in more detail about what is patentable and how I will recognize whether my subject material is patentable or not. So first aspect, I said, as per the definition of section 21J, that it should be new. New means not known to anybody in the world in any form. Either it is literature, publication, conference, workshop, discussions, the product already in market, it should not be known. Then it is novel. So for the illustration example, I have a pesticidal composition, which is comprising component A, B, and C. The invention I come up with is pesticidal composition A, B, C, and D. So is it patentable? Is it novel? Yes, it is novel because nobody has disclosed the D component, D. Everything was known till ABC, so it is novel, at least it is novel. So coming to the next example. So being in Haryana, I've taken the example of tractor. You will correlate it very easily. I have a tractor. Now I have come up with a tractor with automatic sprayer. Pesticide. I don't have to carry the pesticide the cylinder on my back and spray manually in the field. So this is a tractor with automatic sprayer. Nobody has come up with it. Is it new? Yes, it is new. Second aspect I have to see whether it is inventive or not, because apart from novelty, it should be inventive also. It should be non-obvious to a person skilled in art. So how will test the inventive aspect? Inventive aspect says should not be emphasized by a person ordinary skilled in art. Ordinary skilled in art, whoever can see that I'm mixing, I have to prepare a sugar syrup. I have added sugar into water. So it's obvious to a person skilled in art, if you add a sugar, it will be sweet in taste. So that is obviousness. But if I am adding sugar and it becomes bitter, then it is non-obvious that I have added sugar in an amount that it turned the solution into from sweeter to bitter. Then it is not obvious, but otherwise it is obvious. To non-obvious, I have to show some extraordinary results, like biological activity has enhanced, its yield has increased. Earlier, I was getting only 15% yield, but with the method I'm using, I'm getting 50% yield. So yield has increased, cost, time duration, the simplicity of the technology. Only some prior art discloses about 10 steps to conduct some method, but I have come up with a method which involves only 5 steps. So it leads to the non-obvious part, different approach, and certainly, as I said, technical advancement that's better than the existing technology. So if you have inventions, keep these 2 points in your mind when you want it to file a patent application, whether my invention is new, whether it is inventive. Same examples for simplicity I have extended for the inventive step. As I said, prior art says I have a pesticidal composition, ABC, and mortality rate was 50 to 60%, and it was slightly toxic also. So who will be, spraying that pesticidal composition, it will be toxic to the person. So we started doing research because mortality rate of the pesticides were only 50 or 60%. We come up with a composition comprising A, B, C, and D. And when research we did and results were analyzed, it shows the mortality rate of 80 to 90%. So see the difference. From 50 to 60, it has been increased to 80 to 90%, and no toxicity absorbed. It's safe for the human beings to use. So then I can say that yes, it is inventive, it is novel. Please go and protect your invention. Same example for the tractor, like the sprayer, which come up with the new invention. Why to do manual spraying? Let it put the nozzles in the tractor, and manual spraying was taking 1 day. And here it is only 5 hours. No human intervention, no need to touch the pesticides. Certainly it is inventive. It has reduced the time period from 1 day to 5 hours. So this is the aspects of novelty and inventive step. I hope I am clear. The third aspect was utility. So whatever inventions we are doing, certainly it should be in the benefit of the society, because as I said, it is frivolous inventions are not patentable. Against the morality of society is not patentable. It should have some utility. So do you see any utility in 3-leg stockings? But you say it is new. I have come up with the stockings with 3 legs. No, everybody is talking about 2 legs. So I will ask as a controller, what is the utility? Right? So no utility. Of this cycle, is there any utility? No. The cycle with 2 seats. Do you find any utility here? No. So certainly there is no utility. No one wants it. There is no customer for it. No patent for it. So carefully look this slide and tell me whether this has any utility or not. I'll take the answers certainly, Nisha, in the end. And I'm hearing from people, yes, it has no utility. Please, some more answers. Yeah, so here I will say it has a utility as an exercising cycle. It's a very compact exercise cycle. You keep it in the corner of your house and do cycling. Okay. So with this triangle, with the less space, cycle is there for your cycling. So it has utility. You can think of filing a patent application. Yeah. So coming to the next slide of filing patents, we say as a hardcore in the favor of filing or taking an attempt to file a patent application, it is saying that patent or perish. If you are not protecting your invention, it's might possible that you perish. And in India, it is first to file an application because, as I said, novelty is killed by disclosing it in any form. Even if you are the inventor, you are the innovator, and you have filed a publication, because as a researcher, I remember my days, I hardly think about filing a patent. My focus was to, publish in journals, because I was taught like that. I was like, if I have more publications, I will get a better job. I will be considered as a researcher. So the focus was not on patents, but in publishing. So advice would be, if you think your innovation, your technology is new, inventive, brainstorm among yourself, think through whether it can be filed as a patent or you should prefer as a publishing. So patent is also a publication. So make a choice between both of them, and I will say make a judicious choice whether to publish or to file a patent application. Then the things come when to file. As I said, before filing, or in fact, many of the bigger companies, before sending their manpower resources into research, into laboratory, they will do thorough search whether the research they are doing, the focus is already done by somebody else or not. So search, conduct it thoroughly, identify whether someone has done or not. If not, you start your research work and see whether it is workable or not workable. And as soon as you get the confidence it is workable, file a patent application. So this I have taken from the Google Images. The source is that it indicates that prior work should be searched, and 25% of all R&D efforts are wasted each year on inventions that have already been invented. So here the takeaway is that don't reinvent the wheel. Don't start your R&D until you have done a search. And as I said, that when you know it is workable, there are two options available with you for filing a patent application. One is a provisional application, other is complete application. See, why provisional application? Sometimes I have an idea, I have some experiments, and I know it will work. But at the same time, I also know that it will take some more time to establish and to collect the entire data. And as I said, patent give rights first to file. In the meantime, your competitor is also doing parallel research, and they complete their research before you complete it. Certainly, they will get the priority over your invention. So provisional application, what provisional application says, you have idea, you have done some experiment, please go and file provisional application and block the priority date. Don't worry that all data is there or not. Block the priority, provisional application, the Indian Act will give you 12 months time to do further research and file a complete specification. So in those 12 months time, you complete your research and file the complete specification. In case you are not able to complete the research within 12 months, again, there is a provision where you can post-date your provisional application. मेरा अभी भी 12 months में काम नहीं हुआ, no worries, you can post-date it either by 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, but not more than 6 months. After 6 months, you can't post-date that. You have to do within the time period and file a complete specification. Second option of filing patent application is filing direct complete specification. I have entire data in my hand, so you can file direct complete specification at patent office. So this is the difference of provisional and complete. We review the specification provided by the inventor and the applicant and see whether we need more data or not. Depending upon the data and the stage of the research, we advise clients to file a provisional.
Yeah, mute yourselves.
To file a provisional or complete specification. Okay, now I have the content. I know what is the specification will be. So many people ask that I have an invention, but I don't know what to be, inserted into the specification. So here are the contents of the specification, and these are also given in the Patent Act that when you file a patent application, these should be covered. Like your invention should have the title, the field of invention, background of the invention, what are the prior art already existing with that invention, and how you have solved, what were the problems of the prior art and how you have solved that problem should be captured in the patent application. Your object of the invention, summary of the invention, detailed description of the invention, claims, drawings, if any, and abstract. So this is the body of your complete specification. In provisional application, we can only file with title, field of invention, little bit of prior art, incomplete detailed description, and without claims also. In provisional application, we need not to submit claims. We can do it later while filing the complete specification, because claim is the heart of the protection. It sets your boundary. So I'll take you through one by one the most important contents of the specification. Coming to the background, it provides the technical background of the invention. And in the background, we draft in a way that we clearly bring out the current status of the art relating to the inventions. We ourselves, as a drafter, as an inventor, as a researcher, you identify the closest prior art. or patents or application published, books, anything. Describe the disadvantages of the existing problems and how your invention is solving it. So this part we cover in the background of the specification. In the detailed description, we set out the best mode of performing the invention. As per Indian Patent Act and the manual given by the Patent Act, by the Patent Office, it clearly says that I am giving monopoly to you for 20 years. For 20 years, please encash your invention. But after 20 years, let other public be benefited with your invention. So they say, please set out the best mode of performing the invention. See here, from my practical experience, I have seen that we struggle a lot to get the right data from the inventor. They will think that they will tell us and we will, utilize it. No, please, how truthful, how honest you are with your doctors when you share your problems. Similarly, when you are hiring someone for your filing your patent application, get the NDA in place, non-disclosure agreement आप sign करा लो, engagement letter sign करा लो, confidentiality matters की आपकी रहे वो sign करा लो, but disclose the right things to your drafter. And also disclose the best mode of performing the invention in the specification. That is very much required. People will say कि हम इसको secret रख लेते हैं जो actual मैं कर रहा हूँ और हम बाकी चीजें disclose कर लेते हैं. See, it will not help you. Maybe you will file today, but tomorrow when someone will oppose it, they can say इन्होंने जो real में किया है, they have not disclosed it, they have hidden it smartly, rather disclosing or misguiding people from their disclosure. So get out of that practice, disclose the best mode, but there are many ways and means how to disclose it, that we are disclosing it also and making it unclear. So that's the way of how drafting is done, but it's required to be the best mode of invention to be required there. Give the examples, working examples. This is my invention, how it worked. You show the experimental data, that here's the data which indicates time is reduced. Here the data that indicates if I take ABC, efficiency has increased. Show the comparative examples. Comparative example means I have taken AB and see it is not working. It will only work when I'm adding C. So that makes your specification very rich. That okay, that's yes, the experiment, the research has been done and experiments are done to prove it. Illustration, tables, graphs, everything should be disclosed in the patent application. And the description should be sufficient and enable skilled person to put the invention in practice. That is the best detailed description I can say, that the drafting of patent application is very important. I can say more important than your research. So whenever you hire the attorneys for drafting your patent application, be very careful. Claims is the soul of the patent application. Because when you are stopping others from manufacturing your intellectual property, it is guided by, it is walled, it is protected by the claim. So whatever you are claiming, that only you can have a right to stop others. If you are claiming, I can say that this is setting out the boundary of your invention. Whichever is not claimed, it is considered as a disclaim. If I'm claiming composition with ABC, you will get the right of ABC only. If someone comes tomorrow with ABCD, you have mentioned in the specification ABCD, but you have not claimed it, you cannot enforce it because you are not claiming that. So claim is very important aspect of the invention. It defines the metes and bounds of the invention. And it is when we interpret claim, when it goes into litigation, oppositions, we interpret claims in light of the specification. So the claims should be well supported by your specification also. So this is the content of the specification there, and what should be there when you file a patent application. Now I have a patent application, I want to file it. The next question comes, where should I file? So as I said that in India, there are 4 patent offices, and it depends upon the territorial limits. Mainly the jurisdiction, we call it as jurisdiction, like patent office, in which jurisdiction I should file a patent application. For Indian applicant, it is decided by the applicant or the inventor where it resides, has a domicile of that place, or he has a business in that place, or where the actual invention is originated. So based on this, it is decided which patent office to file. So on the right hand side, I have given like if the inventor is from Haryana, I'll take the point of 3, Patent Office Delhi, who can file in Delhi. The company, the inventors, the innovators from Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Delhi, Union Territory of Chandigarh can file patent application in Delhi Patent Office. Similarly, for Chennai, the southern India, for Mumbai, you can see it is Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Goa, Chhattisgarh and all. For Calcutta, the rest of the India, which is not captured above for the territorial things, they can file, they can choose Calcutta Patent Office. For the inventors, for the applicants who are not Indian resident, those who don't have business in India, and still they are filing application in India. So how the jurisdiction is decided for the foreign country, for the foreign companies, it depends on the address of service. Like as a law firm, I am filing patent application on behalf of the foreign companies, foreign applicants, foreign inventors. So what is my address of service will be considered as their relevant jurisdiction, and I will file patent application there. Suppose I am located in Gurgaon, I am operating from Gurgaon office. So whenever I am filing patent application on behalf of an international client, I will choose the address of service of my Gurgaon office and file the application. So this is where to file. Now filing is done. We have invented, we have protected, we have filed. So from this slide, I'll take you through what are the procedures in filing a patent application. So when we file, the examiner at the patent office, the controller at the patent office will see whether whatever invention you have captured is novel, inventive or not, whether it's a subject matter is patentable or not. It will undergo prosecution stage. Once the prosecution stage is over, they will, they will cite some of the relevant prior arts. They will ask you, please distinguish your invention with the existing prior arts. Once that hurdle is over, the patent is granted. Once the patent is granted, then you have to pay the renewal fee, the maintenance of patent. So this is the entire cycle of filing a patent, grant, and then its maintenance. So what I said, it's like any of your physical assets, like your car. You buy it, keep servicing it, maintaining it, and enjoy the ride of the car. Similarly for the patent application.
मेरा 5:30 बजे था लास्ट.
Unmute yourself, please. Please mute yourself.
आप बजल हो लिए थे वो कटी नाम जमा करी देन था नाम जम बंद रहने और इधर न बाद वहाँ 3 दिन चला था जिस पर ज्यादा पार्टिसिपेंट थे ना 19 साल रुके पड़े थे.
Please participants, you are requested to mute yourself.
क्या चल रहा है?
Mute yourself.
5 दिन मैं तो फिर उस दिन छुट्टी ले रही थी आराम करके घर पर फिर गई.
सुनीता मैडम प्लीज. सुनीता ढुल मैडम. सुनीता ढुल मैडम. Okay ma'am, please continue.
Yeah, thank you. Then how to file, where to file depend upon the interest of your business and where you believe that it can make a better protection to your invention. So as I said that patent protection is territorial in nature. If you only have to file in India, which patent office we just discussed, and filing overseas. Suppose I am manufacturing here and I want to export it to different country, then your invention should be protected in that country also. Otherwise, the people will, when your product will reach there, they will reverse engineer or they will read your patent application sitting in India and free to sell and manufacture there. So wherever is your business interest, wherever you will be manufacturing, selling it, protect your invention there also. So in filing overseas, there are two routes. One is convention route and other one is PCT route. These two routes I will explain in more detail in the subsequent slides. First, I will discuss about how to file a patent application. So you can file a patent application physically at patent office. You can post your patent application to patent office, or you can also file it electronically. When you file electronically, the fee is 10% less. But when you file it physically, then the fee is 10% more. So try to file it electronically, but if the facilities are not available to file electronically, you can post to patent office also, the relevant jurisdiction. And because I think most of the participants are from Haryana and North India, so it will be Delhi patent office. When filing overseas, convention route or PC2, I will explain that how these routes are different and when to opt which route. So the convention route is that first you have filed in India. And as I said that the provisional application, if we have filed provisional application, then you have to file complete within 12 months. And when you are thinking of filing it in different country, then also it should be within 12 months from your earliest priority date in different countries. From your first filing, you are directly going to foreign countries. It is known as convention application. Another route is PCT route, which is known as Patent Corporation Treaty route. It is also known as international application. So when to file an international application? Suppose I am in this is very helpful for the startups. I have just started my business and also got a very breakthrough research and innovation, and I also got a patent in my name. Now, I don't know whether I will be exploiting my invention in different countries or not. But yes, I know that tomorrow I will be exploiting in at least few of the countries. But my business strategy is not fully decided. I don't know which countries. So you file an international application. But again, that international application has to be filed within 12 months from your earliest priority date. And international application will give you 31 months time from your earliest priority date, from your first filing in India, to think and decide in which individual countries you would like to file your patent application. So this is the advantage of filing an international application, that you will get 30 months time to think when you are setting up your business, whether you want to file in many countries or not. Second thing, when you know I have to do this business in just 3 countries, take up convention route, file Indian application, file in different countries within 12 months. But if not yet decided, wherever you want to protect your invention, file an international application and then think through and file application in different countries. So that strategy, again, you have to discuss with your business strategies, with your business partners and your IP attorneys, how to go about. So very briefly, I will take you through the Indian filing procedure. First thing is that you file your application. It will be published in 18 months time, because for 18 months, they keep your invention secret. It will not be disclosed to anybody, but you will get the benefit from your filing date. After publication, until and unless you will not file a request for examination, it will not be examined by patent office. So sometimes people will only disclose their idea. They say, okay, let me, if I am not enjoying it, let me others also to stop from enjoying the same invention. So they make it public, but they will not file request for examination. But if you are really interested, file request for examination. It will be examined by the patent office. They will identify relevant prior art. If they are convinced with your submissions that your invention is novel and inventive, they will grant the patent office, grant the patent. If not, they will give you one chance of hearing. During hearing, you can explain the controller your invention face to face. Earlier, we used to go patent office, either Chennai or Calcutta or Delhi, Mumbai. But with the COVID and other stuff, now we are conducting virtual hearings. And during hearing, we'll explain the controller that how the invention is different from the prior art. If it is controller is convinced, he will grant the patent application. If not, he will reject. If it is rejected, you are not happy with the decision of the controller, you can file appeal for your application and proceed with the appeal. Earlier there was IPAB, now it is abolished by Indian government. So now appeals will be filed in the respective courts. And if someone knows that you are filing a patent application, it is granted to you and it will affect their business. So as an aggressive approach, they can also file a post-grant opposition against your application. So that time also you have to be very careful that if any post-grant opposition is filed, then you can defend your case. One more thing is there in India, Indian Patent Act is a pre-grant opposition. Suppose, and it is eligible, one can file pre-grant opposition once the application is published till its grant. Once it is granted, pre-grant opposition is not available, then post-grant is available. So this is, I explained how the prosecution proceeds in India. First examination is issued within 6 months. You have to reply to the examination report. If due to some reasons you are not available to file the reply within 6 months, then single extension is possible of 3 months. File the reply, take the extension and file the reply within 3 months time. Then 6 plus 3, 9 months total. If the controller is happy with the submissions, granted. Otherwise, hearing notice will be issued. That time, after hearing, you have to submit the written submissions within 15 days time. Again, sometimes 15 days is not sufficient. Some problems are going at home or inventors not available, they are on tour. So you can take a adjournment for filing a written submission, or for the hearing date, if you are not available, you can also file hearing adjournment, and only 2 such adjournments are available at patent office. So this is the prosecution procedure, and then the case is decided upon the merits. So in this slide, I have shown that what after the grant of the patent, once the controller is convinced, they will issue the letter of patent. And I hope my slide is visible and you can see the patent certificate. This is how it is granted to the applicant or the inventor. The term is of 20 years. After grant, you have to do the timely renewals, and also keep an eye on the market for copycats. So it's not like you have protected the invention and you know that nobody will infringe. No, keep your all antennas open, and if you find someone that they are copying your invention, bring them to court. Certainly you will be benefited from such infringers. And once the patent application is granted, the applicant needs to file whether they are working that invention or not. It is very simple form. It is form 27. If you're working that invention, do mention, yes, workable, working in India. If not, simply submit, we are not working it in India. So this is the things which we have to take care once the patent application is granted. So with this session, I would like to conclude that what should be the real conclusions and takeaway. And to put it very simple, I have shown it with this big fish. It's a big company. Then the smaller one, MSMEs, and then the startups, the very small ones. This is scenario 1, when you don't have IP asset, you don't have IP exist. So there are chances that the bigger fish will swallow you. This is scenario 2, where the startup, the small companies, they are having intellectual property protected. And now you see how the big company is looking at, how the fish is calm and quiet. And the startup is full mouth wide. So this is the significance of having IPR. Many times people say that, it's very simple invention. I don't know whether it is patentable or not. Who will appreciate it? So don't worry about it. Here I have shown some simple inventions which you believe it is so obvious, but people have come up with the ideas. They have protected their inventions. So this is a butter stick. Cheer for grandpa. 3-4 siblings, cousins and all, fighting to be in the lap of grandpa. So this is the chair specifically made. So simple, so obvious, but yes, different. The biscuit pocket. So this is a lunchtime, otherwise in the tea break, this will be a very good example. When we are in conference and standing and having tea. So this is, I like this idea very much. Cup with biscuit pocket. Shoe with music system. This slide is favorite of my daughter. She says, Mama, so nice. You don't have to plug in anything when you are on walk or exercise. Just wear the shoes and enjoy the music. Electric plug. No worries how tight the holder is. So here I would like to conclude and encourage all of you to think creative, innovate, more importantly, protect your IPR and commercialize it, exploit it, find possible investors and the institutes or the companies which can commercialize your idea. So with this, I would like to conclude here my session, and I am open for the questions. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you,
Yes,
Ranjana. Thank you so much for making us aware about basically what patents are and how a person who is new, who have some invention, and how to protect the invention, and what are the advantages of protecting this invention, and how the startups basically they have their role in the patent protection, how they can save their ideas, right? कि भाई एक बड़ी वाली जो फिश है वो स्मॉल फिश को बिल्कुल खा जाएगी, तो आईपीआर है, तो आईपीआर के थ्रू these small startups, they can also grow, right? And they can, with the help of their ideas, the new buds, they are available in the market. So I request all the participants, if they have any doubts, if they have any question, so please ask. Anybody, any student, any participant? I think, ma'am, you have a question in the chat box.
Yes.
I'll
take a question of Nisha Diore.
She was asking, can we patent the herbal goods? Yeah.
Yes. Can herbal drug extract is patentable? Yes, it is patentable. There should be some human intervention that you are extracting a herbal drug from the constituents already existing herbs, and what ratio you are mixing it to make it more beneficial. So here only the hurdle will be of section 3E and 3D, but certainly with your research, ample data, you can patent a herbal drug. It is patentable, depends upon how you provide the data to make the application robust.
Okay. मैं एक बार फिर से मैं आपको बहुत ज्यादा thank you for sparing your time and sharing your information with us, right? And I think अब हमारे जितने भी doubts थे वो almost काफी हद तक clear हो चुके हैं. And
one more question is there,
Dr. Gita. It is like after 20 years, Vishal want to ask.
Yes. So
how we can extend it?
in India, it is not possible to extend the term of patent after 20 years. The life term for patent is only for 20 years in India. In US, there are some exceptions where you can increase the term. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And we'll be in touch. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much. And all the participants, if you have any queries, you can ask me later also. And again, with my concluding remarks, keep researching, keep inventing, keep protecting your inventions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. So, अभी जो है we will again start this. We will join at 2 p.m. For the next talk of the session. Okay, and you can leave for lunch now. Thank you so much. Samiksha, now how is my voice coming to you? Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
But yeah, beta, check your voice because your voice is not coming clearly. Okay, there is certain interruption. Now try to speak.
मैम स्पीड तो है, अभी भी नहीं क्लियर सुन रहा आपको?
There is a time lag that is coming. You remove the headphones and then speak.
Okay.
You remove the headphones.
मैम
Samiksha, try to rejoin. Samiksha, try to rejoin and also switch off your video. Might be the delay will be less. Good afternoon, Pavan sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Sir, I will make you co-host, sir, so that you can share your presentation.
Sure.
Okay, sir. I have done that, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, now I'm co-host. Okay.
Yeah, sir. So it will be easy for you to share your presentation. Sir,
Yeah,
we'll
sure.
start in 5 minutes. Let the participants join.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Sir.
Is the screen visible to you?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible to me. Yeah.
Thanks.
You can check, sir, ki whether the slides are moving or not. Yes. Fine. a very good afternoon after the break. It gives me pleasure to welcome our second speaker, Professor Pawan Kumar Dahiya sir. So Professor Pawan Kumar Dahiya sir, he is working as a professor in Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at DCR University of Science and Technology, Murthar. Pawan sir, he is the most dynamic and the youngest professor of our university. He has done his BE in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Vash Engineering College, Rohtak, and he has also qualified GATE exam 2 times. He has completed his PhD from MDU, Rohtak. He has published more than 110 research papers, and he is also guiding a number of PhD research scholars. He has held a number of positions at our. He has held a number of key positions at our university, and so I request you, sir, to please share your views on the topic innovations and startups for self-reliant India. Pawan Kumar Dahiya sir, please. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta, for introducing me. In fact, I told in the morning also that a very vibrant topic and very pertinent to the time, or we can really say the context of the economy we have right now. So I would like to again congratulate Biomedical Engineering Department for choosing this topic and for making aware all the faculty members and the participants aware about all those things which are happening around. So I'm directly coming to my topic, and innovations and the startup for self-reliant India. Atmanirbhar Bharat, the buzzword today, if we really talk about. So if we really talk about this term, yeah, screen is visible to you? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Screen is clearly visible to you, sir. Presentations are clear. Yeah.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to set the scenario for which this lecture is intended. In fact, if we really talk about the population scenario, getting some echo, I think.
Sir, there is some echo. Let me check, sir.
Please mute everybody except me.
Please mute yourself. All the participants, please mute yourself. It is causing disturbance in the presentation.
Yeah, bit of echo is there, please. Okay.
Fine.
So as we all know that India is the second most populated country in the world, and according to latest revisions in the census in April 2021, we are 1.39 billion people. In fact, it is a serious concern for us, but as far as some projections regarding this population is concerned, one of the projection is that by 2024 will be first in the world, at least in the number of people living in a country. If that number is there, so we'll be first in the world. And in fact, again, by 2030, if we really talk about by 2030, there will be 1.5 billion people, and by 1.7 billion by 2050. That is what has been projected. I tell you that the employment which is generated from whether government sector, semi-government sector, or private sector, that has a limitation, and population is ever growing. And I've minded that out of this much population, somewhere around 1.54 billion people, 65% are youth. Youth means mostly in search of the job. So that makes the scenario more difficult. So if we really look at the employment index of September 2026, that is there are only 84 million salaried jobs available. And if you really take that number, it is almost we can really say that for there is a job only for every 17th Indian. So what about the others? That is one important issue. And if we really talk about this issue, the immediate solution which we can really see is that how to create the new jobs, new opportunities. And because the existing jobs have limitations, and the growth in the job scenario is very limited, and the growth in the population is very high. So it is always on the gap is always on the increasing side. Really talk about this scenario, there is another scenario also. That scenario is that if you really look at the Indian economy scenario, our Sensex is touching 60,000, and India is plunging into the top 5 economies of the world with an economic size of $2.8 trillion. I tell you, like, if we really want to sustain in the top 5 from 2019 onwards, this 5th position is really key. Sometimes we become 6th, sometimes we become 5th, and now we are approaching to 5th again. So post-COVID, if we really talk about, I tell you that we have set a target also that we need to reach the $5 trillion economy. If we really want to do that, then I tell you that the innovations and the startups, that are the only way left. If we really talk about the existing scenario, within the existing framework, it is not possible. If we want to go that high, and if we want to provide a job for every Indian, or like every capable Indian we are talking about, then I tell you that we need to go for the innovations and the startup. Also, our Prime Minister has made a very pragmatic appeal on 15th August 2021 that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. These were the 3. Actually, the slogan starts with initially with 2 words. Later on, Sabka Vishwas has been added. And on this 15th August 2021, Prime Minister has added another important term, Sabka Prayas. That is very, very important, that every Indian should participate in making India the great again, and making that economy 5 trillion economy, making India the world leader. That is all about. So for that, not only government, not only officers, not only politicians, everybody, every Indian should be part of it. And how to do that? And in fact, that is a very complex scenario, but important thing is that we should, wherever we are, we should make effort to it, and that effort is really required. And if we do that, then only we'll be able to make India self-reliant country, Atmanirbhar Bharat. In last 2 years, I think everybody has witnessed this thing during the Corona period, that only those countries survived which were self-reliant country. Otherwise, other countries had failed miserably. So in such a scenario where we have some extraordinary situations, only the self-reliant country can sustain, whether it is a matter of injections, or it is providing food, or whether it is a matter of health services everywhere. If we are not self-reliant, I think will fail miserably, and all countries have failed miserably. So firstly, I would like to explain what is the meaning of this term self-reliant, because unless and until we understand that term, we cannot connect this to other terms. So self-reliant means, dictionary meaning, if you really talk about it, is it means to do things by own, capable of doing the things by own, can solve problems by own, make decisions by own, confidence in own's ability, independent, that is not depending on help from others. I tell you, like, this scenario is this kind of country, or this kind of definition of a country is very difficult, but I tell you, like, this is what we aim for. the synonyms of the self-reliant is self-sufficient, self-contained, self-sustainable, and self-sufficing. That is one of the very, very important things. I tell you, like, if we really talk about this self-reliant India campaign, this is another campaign launched by of India, and it was launched in May 2020. The campaign is named as Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Under this campaign, the 5 pillars of economy have been defined, and these 5 terms are basically 5 pillars of self-reliant India are defined, and one of them is economy, second is infrastructure, third is system, fourth is demography, and fifth is the demand. If you really talk about economy, quantum jumps is required, and not gradual increment changes, and that is what is happening right now. If you really see last almost 1.5 years, so the sensitive index, Sensex index, reached to 22,000, and now it is we can really say it was there at 42,000. It dips down to 22,000, and now from 22,000 to 60,000. If you really see this jump overall, if you really see the swap, that is nearly around 60,000. That is talk about infrastructure. We require infrastructure that is conducive for human beings, conducive for everything. Then we need a system which is a technology-driven system, in which the role of technology is the more and more error-free environment is going to be, and more lawfulness will be there if we involve system into it. Then demography. Vibrant demography of the largest democracy. We are the largest democracy, and we are, of course, that the country is really vibrant in as far as demography is concerned. But I tell you, it is listed as one of the important pillar for making India self-reliant. Anekta Mekta used to be our strength from years as far as India is concerned, and the same kind of thing, the same kind of demography can be a pillar for self-reliant India. Then demand. Another important thing, when we talk about the population, then we are always worried about one thing, how to provide job for them, how to provide health services for them, how to do manage the things for so many number of people. But one of the very important thing is that if we really talk about the demand, so more population means more demand. So something is, I think, if you really talk about the market, so India can be the biggest market because the number of people, the availability of number of people over here. So full utilization of power of demand and supply, that's one of the very important thing that we need to know, what is there in the market and how to supply that. That's very important, because unless and until we understand this demand and supply chain, and we'll keep on producing something which is not in demand, so I think it will be wasteful. So we need to focus on what is in the demand and what is to be supplied. That's very important. So these are the 5 pillars which have been rated as the important pillars for this campaign's self-reliant campaign. Beside this, the Prime Minister also stressed upon the fact that it is time to become vocal for local products and make them global. Sometimes the quality, if you really talk about the scenario, post your Duncan era, or if we really talk about 1991 onwards, where the Indian industry has got really a setback, especially the production, and we become only the service provider industry as far as India is concerned. So it is due to many regions, and one of the reason was that, of course, the quality was one of the reasons. Of course, the competitiveness of the price was regions, but one of the important reason that was there for making an Indian production down was that as an Indian, we are never vocal for our local products, and if we are vocal for that product, even if the product is good, we do not appreciate, and we always strive for that. Something which comes from foreign country, even if it is our product is comparable with that, so we have an appreciation for foreign product. We should have appreciation for our own product rather than the foreign product. We should appreciate that product if some quality product is there, and we should make them global product. Under this campaign, Prime Minister has also launched economic package and 20 lakh crore package, 10% of GDP size, that has been announced by the Prime Minister. And the focus on land, labor, liquidity, and laws, that is the focus. And in fact, the important target that are to be achieved through this campaign was supply chain reforms for agriculture, rational tax systems, simple and clear laws, capable human resource, strong financial systems. And if we really talk about out of these five, if we really talk about the fourth one, supply chain reforms for agriculture, I think a government has to take a call. If we really talk about the rational tax systems, so again the government has to take a call. Simple and clear law, government has to take a call, because these are to be handled by the government only. Again, the strong financial systems, government together with the other financial agencies which are involved in financial management, that has to take a call. But as far as this capable human resource is concerned, this is something of concern to we people. We people means the teachers, the technocrats, the universities, the institutes. We have to generate the capable human resource. That is one of the very, very important thing. That is, we should take it, and we should make always make effort for doing it. We need to generate that human resource which is capable of taking this self-reliant moment. If we, I'm focusing on this word only because this is something which we can really change. The rest of the things are not directly in our hands. Those are very indirectly. But this capable human resource is something which is the responsibility of we people. And as a teacher, we need to understand that, and then only we'll be able to transform it to the students. So what is the capable human resource, and what is the meaning of this? Human resource means a person within an organization. If we really talk about the organizational scenario, so human resource means a person within a organization's overall workforce, with each person lending their skills and talent to the organization to help it in success. So that is very, very important, that if we really talk about why we called it as a resource, we said because of the reason that humans are the most important resource as far as an organization is concerned. So basically, even if all resources are there, but capable human beings are not there, so I think all resources will have a setback. That is something which is always talked about in the industry. So any person willing to trade their labor, knowledge, or time compensation in effort to improve the organization is called as human resource. If you really talk about the capability then of your human resource, so capable means skill. We are talking about the aptitude, we are talking about the knowledge, we are talking about the abilities. I tell you that if you really talk about the skill, I think we need to work on it. Then the aptitude, knowledge, and ability. Ability typically decision making, pressure bearing, and crisis management. I think every organization is looking forward to the people who are capable of doing all these things. So, but unfortunately, we can really say that these capabilities are lacking. I'll go to the stats. In most of them, no, we are generating very capable human resource, but important thing is that number is small. We need to make this number large, and how to do that, we'll be talking about that later on. But I tell you that lack of capabilities in most cases lead to unsatisfactory performance in their role, which in terms likely to cause problems for both managers and the colleagues. That is something that is happening in most of the organization. And if that is happening, I tell you, the scenario is that most of the organizations, or whether it is government sector or private sector, so they get a setback. If the number of incapable human resource is on the larger side, I think it adds load on to the capable human resource, and that capable human resource get a frustration, and ultimately it leads to the organization always ends in a problem. Okay. Now, as far as an institute, academic institute is concerned, as far as a university is concerned, so what is the problems that are associated? Why we are not able to generate the capable human resource? When I say not able to generate capable human resource, I'm talking about that 70 or 80% of people who are not employable, as far as this is a stat which is given by most of the agencies which are giving this stats, that only 20 to 30 engineering graduates or technical graduates are employable. So I'm talking about that people who are not capable and who are rated as not capable. So why the some of the regions I am listing, lack of quality curriculum and delivery mechanism. Sometimes the curriculum is not a quality curriculum, and that is outdated curriculum. Sometimes it is quality one, but the delivery mechanism is not a quality. That is an issue. The practical exposure, that is something which is common to most of the engineering institute, is that practical exposures, typically the live project exposure is lacking. Though we have industrial training a part of our curriculum, but still that first-hand experience, that is of the live projects, that is still missing with the engineers. Then of course quality project work, that is missing. That project work is taken just as one part of curriculum only. It has to have a lifelong learning aspect into it, attached to it. So I tell you, like this, due to all this, all survey indicate that there are less than 20% engineer graduates that are employable. And on the top of it, even that 20%, if we really talk about, that are not ready to take the challenges and are satisfied with the job only. More disastrous situation is that engineering graduates are running behind clerical jobs rather than the engineering jobs. And everybody want to be job seeker, but not thinking of becoming job provider. And overall, if we really talk about, there is a high lack of motivation and courage for taking up new ideas, new challenges, and turn them into successful business propositions. Nobody want to do that. That is very, very Herculean task. Only 1 in a million, or if we really talk about 5 years back, that was the number, but now some synergetic approach are approaching, and the scenario is changing. But I tell you, like still there is a high level of lack of motivation for taking up new ideas and innovation startups. ever-changing demand of industry has worsened the scenario, because the day we plan for something, every day the market scenario changes. So, and every 10 years, if we really see that the demand of the industry changes, the focus of the industry is changing. So every 20 to 30 years, we really see that it's almost a U-turn. So a long-term planning, if we really see and sticking to it, that may lead into problems. So all that is required is that a long-term programming with a gradual change at a shorter interval. That is something which is required for making a new startup. I tell you that in 2015, if we really talk about the desired skill set from the industry, was complex problem solving was on the top, and coordinating with others was the second. Then the people management, that was third. Critical thinking was at the fourth, and fifth was negotiation. And if we really talk about 2020, that complex problem solving remains still at the top. But if you really see this critical thinking, that reached to the number 2. And number 3 goes to the creativity, which was otherwise at 10th position in 2015. So see the focus. The focus is really, really changing. Every 5 years it is changing. If you really see the scenario in 2010, that was totally different. So in fact, when we are going to make our students graduate, so if we really talk about any program, so every program has of course some objectives. Program objectives are there, listed there, then course objectives are there, then program objectives are there. But there is something more important term, that is program educational objectives, that are to be checked after 4 to 6 years of graduations. So if you really take that scenario, we need to program objective, we can, course objective we can really check at the end of the semester, program objective at the end of the program. But if we really talk about the program educational objectives, so these are to be measured only and only once the student is there in the industry or in the field or in the job. So I think that desired skill set of the industry is changing very rapidly. So we have to adapt to that position, and we need to understand that today, if the focus or the creativity or complex problem solving or critical thinking, that is something which is expected from a student, and not other things which used to be very, very important for industry. Those are really dying out. Even if we see that the focus of the industry that has really changed from the simple mechanization to your cyber physical systems, as on today, we are there in the Industrial Revolution 4.0, where the focus has been really shifted from that mechanization or steam power weaving looms to the mass production, assembly line, electrical energy, to automation, computers and electronics, which was part and parcel of the third industrial revolution. That has really changed. Now the whole focus is on the cyber physical systems, Internet of Things and networks, and that kind of scenario is changing in the industry. So the kind of jobs that are there in the industry, that is also changing, or the kind of business that will grow in the future, that is changing. So so if we are developing our student to be ready for the market, then I tell you, we have to understand that thing, that what is required in the industry as a job and as a business also, because not only job will suffice the purpose, that business, what a kind of business students can do after graduating from this institute. So I think that focus has to be passed on to the students, and for that we have to be apprised of the market scenario, we have to be apprised of the job scenario, we have to be apprised of that the international scenario or the economy scenario across the world. We need to understand that thing, otherwise we'll not be able to make a justification with our curriculum, with our studies. If we go bit into it, that especially Industrial Revolution 4.0. So the focus is more on cyber physical systems, I told you, but together with this, we are more concentrating on Industrial Internet of Things, cyber physical systems, additive manufacturing, augmented reality, big data analytics, autonomous robots, simulations, horizontal and vertical system integration. This is something which are called as your pillars of Industrial Revolution 4.0. So for some time, we can really say, not for a long time like we have Industrial Revolution 1.0, but the duration of Industrial Revolution 4.0 is considered very small. It will be like 40 years or 30 years, but that much year is also for next 30 to 40 years or 40 to 50 years. The industry is going to focus on all these things. That's something that we need to understand. And especially the cyber physical systems, which are sensor based or communication enabled autonomous systems, maybe quantum computing, because everywhere computing is required, but very fast computing. So we maybe quantum computing. Then artificial intelligence, that intelligent systems and the autonomous systems are not possible without this artificial intelligence. Then augmented or virtual reality, not possible with the AI. Robotics, Internet of Things, faster communication technologies. If we are talking about the quantum computing, then quantum communication will be required, because normal computing, normal 3G, 4G, even 5G can handle, but quantum computing can be only handled through the quantum communication. So maybe this is the future wherein the people will have a job opportunity or a business opportunity. I'm again repeating this term, that we should not focus on the jobs only. We should focus on the business also, because the market scenario is totally different. In the market, as far as jobs is concerned, there may be saturations, but as far as business opportunities are concerned, there are ample ones. I want to skip this slide because everybody knows what is AI. But what I really want to tell you is that where is the opportunity for the innovations and the startups? If we really talk about the AI resurgence, the AI resurgence came in the year 1997 onwards. That is what the last slide was showing, that wherein the famous grandmaster Garry Kasparov beat it, and the fame was beaten by the famous computer program Deep Blue version 2, wherein that was AI-enabled program that defeated your Garry Kasparov, the then world champion grandmaster. So from there onwards, that AI has really entered the business, into the businesses. So if you really talk about year 2000 onwards, there has been a 1400% increase in the number of active AI startups. That is a huge number. Then investment in AI related startups have increased about 6 times since the start of the millennium. From that period onwards, if you really talk about the number of startups as far as AI enabled startups are concerned, so that has really changed. If you really talk about AI market, 4065 million, almost 4 billion if you really talk about. Then see the scenario, 2025 scenario. It is 169 billion, sometimes 0.1 trillion. That is the kind of investment in the AI market. I tell you, that is going to be the size of this AI market by 2025. It is not far away. It is only 4 or 5 years ahead. If you really talk about last 5 years, the percentage of the job which requires AI skill set have increased by almost 450 times percentage, that is increment. That is a huge increment, and the people who know AI, those are required, and the businesses which involves AI. If you really talk about the camera today, nobody is talking about a normal camera. Everybody wants AI enabled camera. The mobile phones, the display systems, everything we really want that AI should be part of it nowadays. So you can really talk about that the kind of involvement of AI in everybody's life, that has really changed. And in fact, if you really talk about the market scenario, and if you talk about the industrial analyst, so they argue that AI is the future. But looking around, we shall be convinced that AI is not the future. In fact, it is the present, because in present scenario, we are witnessing a lot of involvement of AI in day-to-day applications. Internet of Things, that is another important thing, which if you really talk about this red part of this, the 2008 scenario, by 2008, the number of people on the earth were more than the number of connected people to the internet. But in 2008, the number of connected devices to the internet has really surpassed. And if you really talk about the scenario of 2020, the number of connected devices are 50 billion, and world population was 7.6 billion. So it is somewhere around per person 7 devices are connected to the internet. So that is the huge involvement of the internet and the devices connectivity to the internet. So that is a focus area that nowadays there cannot be, we cannot think of a system which is not a cyber physical system. We cannot think of the physical systems now. We are only focusing on the cyber physical systems. And if some system is connected to the internet, so that becomes a cyber physical system. So because on internet there are various platforms available, the cloud is available, so we can have use infrastructure as a services. We can use different kind of services available on the internet, maybe for storage purpose, maybe for computing purpose, maybe for analysis purpose. Big data analysts are there on the internet. So I think those facilities are being utilized. So I think this area, Internet of Things, has application in every domain. Typically, because the program is being organized by the biomedical engineering, so both AI and if you really talk about the Internet of Things, I think huge applications are there, these two areas. And the industries, so typically the biomedical or any engineering, if we really talk about industry today, so those have a focus on the Internet of Things and the AI. Another important technology, or we can say the technology aspect on which the world is converging to, is the robotics. So as you all know that it is again an interdisciplinary branch of engineering and science that includes mechanical engineering, electronics engineering, information engineering, computer science. It has involvement of many branches of engineering. Initially, the robots were designed to do the cumbersome job. And in fact, that was the something like the cumbersome and sometimes some inhuman jobs for them. The robots have been designed, but slowly and steadily that robot have changed the scenario. Now robots are with a brain, with AI, and they are always networked, they are always connected, so they are able to take decisions of their own. So they becomes autonomous and they becomes intelligent and intelligent than the human beings, and so they are in a race to replace the human beings. So if you really talk about humanoid robot, that is something that is on which the world is working on, the European Union is working on, US is working on. So I think that is one area where the role of in future scenario, if you really see that even in the wars, if you really talk about, man used to fight, but now the technology is fighting, the drones are fighting, the robots are fighting, and human beings are just witnessing the things what is happening, and they are only the master controllers, and rest of the things are being done. Whether it is the cars, or whether it is war, everywhere, car to the war, everything is you will find the role of the robots. And if you really see, daily we have a challenge in the Punjab to the Jammu Kashmir. Every day we really find that there is an intrusion of the drones every day from the neighboring countries. That's a challenge for everybody, in fact, for the security of the country. I tell you, like, these are some of the technologies on which there are ample jobs, there are ample job opportunities, and there are ample business opportunities as well. So new startups are coming up, and people are making their own startups. They are coming up with the new ideas, but only those ideas which have a practical part attached to it, those will find the reality, and they becomes a business proposition. I tell you that where there is a will, there is a way. We were talking about the challenge, we were talking about the incapable human beings, but I tell you, like, if you are ready to take up a challenge, there is always a way. If you have some ideas, or your students have some ideas, there are various schemes of the government through which the idea can be incubated, and they are funded also. The government has now scheme to have incubators in place in fact in almost in every institute. So that is going to be a part of every institute now. So that can be, the idea can be incubated there. This incubated idea leads to the startups, and today's startups can be tomorrow's big industries. Or some of the successful startups, Ola, Byju's, Zomato, Paytm, Vedantu, Oyo, Big Basket, Swiggy, famous one. And these have really becomes big business now. And I tell you, like, these startups started with a small ideas only, but that idea has been nurtured, and that has been worked upon, and I tell you, those kind of small startups have turned into the reality and into the big business nowadays. Some of the government initiatives that are promoting these initiatives are the Skill India, Startup India, Stand Up India. Startup India is for the startups. Then Stand Up India is to make it is for the for the young industries to stand tall in the market. They have a scheme for that. Then Make in India, the promotion for making in-house products in India, and now the Self-Reliant India, in which the special economy package has been announced for doing something for the country, or making India as a self-reliant one. As a student, or as a teacher in a science or in engineering institute, we need to understand what can be done, and what can be a promising idea, and what is our strength, and what can be the strength of our student. So we need to understand first, like, how the things can be turned into the business propositions that we need to evaluate at our end. For that, we need to understand, like, that idea, how that can how we can really work on that idea. So most of we people maybe from the science or technology background or engineering background. So we need to understand this, that science is something which is which says that there is a systematic initiative to build and organize knowledge in form of testable explanation and the predictions. So every idea has to be tested practically, and to it. So we need to understand that thing, like whether we are going for that idea that has some business, some fruitful business attached to it or not, or we need to test this one first, because it may be sometimes the results are not the same kind of results. So the kind of experimentation that is required. Scientific principle to design and build machine structures and other items, including bridges, tunnels, roads, vehicles, buildings, etc. So here in engineering, what is important is that the application of the scientific principles is there. And if we really talk about the term technology, we every day talk about this technology development. So again, the word is consisting of two terms, techne and logia, means it is an science of craft and art, skills, cunning of hand. And it is the if you really talk about that technology, it is in fact it is the sum of techniques, skills, methods, and the processes used in the production of goods or services in accomplishment of the objectives. So if we really talk about this engineering and technology, so engineering is the mind and effort into making something, whereas technology is the result of application of this mind and the effort. So engineering is more specific than the technology, and engineering is the problem, whereas the technology is the solution. That is something we need to understand first. And as a teacher, as a mentor, or as a student, we should choose a particular field first, then make enough literature survey into it. We need to identify the problems, and from the problems, we need to formulate that problems. We need to implementation. We need to do the implementations and the validations. And I tell you, this is a simple methodology that has to be for doing a business. And I tell you that if we are going to do this, or we are going to be part of this drive to make India an Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India, so we need to work on some or few of the followings: either new idea, or new implementation, or new technique, or doing something novel using an old technique, new interpretation of existing fact or new facts, new light onto something existing, new framework, new characterization, new methodology, extension or generalization of the existing limit. We have to choose one, or like more than one out of these, if we really want to contribute to that challenge. As an engineering student, this is a typical journey which I can really chalk out for the students or researchers or the teachers, is that we need to design or choose a platform first. Then typically for biomedical engineering, for electronics engineering, computer science engineering, or any engineering, sense the informations, put some sensors into it, typically maybe ambient conditions measurement like temperature, pressure, etc. Sense something from the environment, then use controller for information processing, and also for connectivity, maybe Arduino, maybe Node MCU, maybe Raspberry Pi, anything. Then apply AI techniques to it, some NN, ML, machine learning, SVM, or evolutionary computing, anything like to it. Then use of IoT platforms like ThinkSpeak, Blink, etc. Use them. Begin with a small application. Design a small application, and that small applications, must be useful for somebody. Think of an application which may be useful for somebody, that has with that small application, that may be your project, but that may end up into a product if it will be witnessed as somebody of market interest. Then it may turn into a good startup. And I tell you, the startups becomes business. And why to become the employer? Well, why to become the job seeker? Become the job provider. But try to do that. If you are, even if you are successful, you'll become a good entrepreneur. And if you are not successful, you'll become at least employable. That is for sure, that you'll end up getting employable. In the journey of it, you'll learn a lot of many things. So that is something which is required to make India self-reliant, and the innovations and the startups, that is the backbone of this kind of scenario. I tell you, the jobs are really, as far as ratio of the population to the jobs, so that number is always on the squeezing side, but the businesses are always on the increasing side. So think of that way, that we are you need to focus on the businesses rather than the jobs. So in the end, I would like to conclude, because I think the time is on this. I'm almost on time. Okay, so in the end, I would like to conclude like that whether I tell you, like, as a country, we really missed the bus as far as Industrial Revolution 1.0 is concerned. I'm going to that back that's slide, and that has some emotional attachment also. Like, if you really talk about that year, the time of the first industrial revolution was 1784, and if you really see that time, so we were in between the Mughals and the English people. So as a country, we were not able to take up the challenges of Industrial Revolution 1.0. So we lag behind. We missed the bus as far as post-industrial revolution is concerned. And the Western countries who used to be civilized very later on, they have really surpassed us. That was the scenario. In fact, if you really talk about the second industrial revolution, it was around 1870, and that was again the scenario wherein Indians were, not able to take up that challenges. So wet industries were, in India, we were considered only as a market, and because of the British rules in India, only and only need-based industry have been established, and rest of the things is that we have been like only and only raw material has been taken from the India, and rest of the things are sold to India. That is a scenario as far as second industrial revolution is concerned. As far as third industrial revolution is concerned, we were just independent. And as a country, there were some basic needs which needs to be fulfilled. Though a lot of things have been done, but I tell you, like, we were not able to catch up the bus as far as third industrial revolution is concerned. But as far as the fourth industrial revolution is concerned, post 2010, we are such placed in the world scenario that we are ready to take up the challenge. At this point of time, if per capita income we talk about, if we are talking about the technology barrier, so technology barrier, we are at par with most of the world institutes. And as far as technology flow is concerned, maybe we are not at par, but some of our institutes are at par with the world institutes. Then as far as access to the technology is concerned, that is there, and as far as access to the industry is concerned, that is there. So what is lacking at this point of time? I tell you, like the biggest concern is that that as far as Industrial Revolution 4.0 is concerned, so we should not miss this bus. That is the biggest concern at this point of time, because in first three industrial revolution we used to have regions to it, but I tell you, like in this industrial revolution, we don't have any region like the other regions to beside ourselves, if we really talk about. So as a concluding remark, I would like to say that whether we are ready for it or not, Industrial Revolution 4.0 is there, and the next change is going to be affected by AI, IoT, and robotics. In order to become a top-notch industrial game-changing engineers, one need to be technologically innovator and entrepreneur. Not only engineer only, we need to have that acumen to become the innovators and the entrepreneur. Then to do that, we must become early adapter to brace the inevitable change of technology or inevitable change in the scenario. Otherwise, we'll run into the risk of being left behind in the future of making the things happen. I think we need to learn, we need to innovate, and we need to set up startups in the field of IoT, AI, robotics for creating new industries, new jobs, new opportunities, new businesses, and new markets, thus contributing to the national growth and to make the country as Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think if we'll not do that, we'll miss the bus like we have done in the first three industrial revolution, and will also fail the campaign, which was called as a Self-Reliant India campaign. So I hope that with this, everybody will be sensitized for doing something new, something innovative to as far as the project is concerned, as far as product is concerned, as far as business is concerned. And I think may not himself then to the students, I think will be able to motivate them to start a startup or start new businesses. That is something that is required as of now. I tell you, the things in a lectures are, it is always always good to lecture, but it is always good to listen also, but it is always very difficult to work on it. But I tell you, the people who have done it, they have done it. So I think if we are making our mind, if we'll make up our mind, I think we'll be successful. And this is my last line for this lecture, my desire. कौन कहता है कि आसमान में सुराख नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो. I think if we'll make that kind of deliberate efforts, I think we'll be successful in making such kind of early inroads into technology, or some into the startups, or maybe business of tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. आपने ठीक ही कहा था, जहां पर चाहे वहां पर रहा है. And Government of India has a number of schemes if we really want to do, if we really want to have a startup. Sir, we have 2 questions in the chat box, and they are
okay.
Yeah, sir. So please answer those questions. And
I'll just go to that.
Yeah, they are by what are the key steps involved from making a product to start a startup? What are the key steps involved for making a product to start a startup, sir?
Okay.
Sung by Poonam ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, very good question, very relevant question, and I'd like to answer this in another way. I tell you, like if we are making a project or like a good product, the next step to the project is a product. There is a change from the definition to the project to the product. When we talk about a product has product is always known by somebody of market interest. Like it is desired by somebody. If we are going to design a project, if we are doing a project, it may or may not be useful to the market. But if we are doing, if we are making a product, I think it has a commerce attached to it. And commerce means it there are certain takers to it. I tell you, when we are talking about a startup, we need to, the first thing is that we need to do a market survey. That is the most important thing. And that market survey is that who are the takers of this product. So if we have a product, if we are able to come out with that product, and if we really want to generate if we want to start a startup from it, I tell you, there are a number of ways of doing it. And that number of ways is that maybe you register yourself as a startup. That is something that is desired from the government side, and it is a mandatory compliance also, that you register as a startup. And once you register as a startup, I think before that, I think you can apply for your patent also, because you want to have that royalty of that product also. So once you register as a startup, after that, I think most of the things which are challenged today, that will be on the other side, means as far as finance is concerned, that can be taken care by some schemes. As far as your other parts are also concerned, so then you can look forward towards the partners also. Okay. And I think the first journey from a product to a startup is getting it registered only. If you register that one, register your startup, I think the major hurdle that has been crossed. And after that, I think your journey will be more smooth. You will get an idea like where to go. That is something which I really maybe at the product, but they have not.
Anushika
That's
wants
very
to
good.
know about IoT again, sir.
Who?
Anushika, she is a student and she wants to know about IoT. So
Okay.
please give brief
Okay.
a few lines about IoT once again.
Okay. In fact, sorry, I skipped those slides because of the reason that I have to complete it in 1 hour. Okay,
Yes.
that is the time which was given to it. I tell you, I'm not going to give a complex definition of Internet of Things. Only a simple definition is, if you are going to, through technology, if you are going to put any information on the internet, that is putting your things, anything, any object, any physical object onto internet, that is called as Internet of Things. That is something. So the first step which is required in Internet of Things is tag your object. Even your you want to know where is your toothbrush is there in the morning. If you really want to you really want to find your toothbrush, so just tag your toothbrush, give a tag to it. Okay. Attach some attach it using some Wi-Fi module, attach it to the internet, and then you'll be able to locate it in the morning. Through your mobile phone, you'll be able to trace your toothbrush or anything. So that is something, a simple example is there, like put some sensors anywhere in the world. Okay, get that information from that place to the internet, and from internet you can access it to anywhere in the world. That is the technology name given to the Internet of Things, or IoT. We call it as IoT.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for this talk, for this informative talk, and making us aware about IoT, robotics, about startup, and about so many things in such a small interval of time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be part of any event organized by Biomedical Engineering Department. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You are welcome, sir. Okay, sir. Now we have the third speaker of the day, and I would like to introduce him. The speaker of the day is Dr. R.S. Malik. He has done his MSc in chemistry and he has done his PhD from IIT Delhi. And he will talk about IPR, its tools to protect inventions and creations. So, sir, please, I have made you the co-host. Now you can share the screen. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dr. Geeta ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are clearly audible, sir.
Okay. Thanks for the nice introduction. First of all, I want to congratulate Professor Manoj Duhan and his team, and especially the Department of Biomedical Engineering and for organizations this 1 week FDB. And I wish for the success of this event in coming days. I again must thanks to Dr. Geeta for giving me this opportunity and giving me to interact with you people. So let me share my screen. Let me start the presentations. IPR, tools to protect inventions and creations. So I have made these presentations for very basics, types of properties, then intellectual properties, and then some case studies that some intellectual property disputes. So if you see, being a science student, this symbol is very important for us. And when you see any new topic and any new things, then these three questions come to our mind: what, why, and how. It means, what is intellectual property rights, why we use and why we need these, and how we use this. So the whole presentation is being discussed here on these three questions. So if I start with the types of property, first we should know what is the meaning of property. Property means which that includes all the legal right of a person. If you have a car, if you have a house, then you have to have your complete ownership. So there are three different types of properties: movable properties, immovable properties, and the intellectual properties. So what are movable properties? If I have this mobile phone, this is my movable property. We can transport from one place to another place without changing its shape, capacity, or quantity or quality. So a person having clothing, jewelry, household goods, furniture, animals, and vehicles, they are comes in the category of movable properties. So you have to protect your properties by different means. If you have, you see in the slides, the cycle is protect with the lock and key mechanism. It means you have to protect your movable properties like this. But if you have a car, you have different properties, you can also register them. It means more or less you have to have some protections for your movable properties. Now comes to second category, immovable properties. Immovable properties, as the name indicating, the immovable property which cannot be transferred from one place to another place without without damage or unwanted modifications. So these are your lands, buildings, trees. These comes under the immovable properties. When the immovable properties is transferred, it must be registered under the Indian Registration Act 1908, subject to its value. It means the value of the immovable properties should or must higher than 100 rupees. So comes to the intellectual property. Intellectual properties are the creation of minds, creation of human minds. Whatever the creation, inventions comes in human minds, and that has some applications that comes into the intellectual properties, that is literary artists works, symbols, names, image, that comes into the intellectual property. If you see in the left hand sides, this bar owner mentions here, not responsible for lost or stolen intellectual property. It means by consuming the product, you may lost your intellectual property. It means whatever you have in your minds, that can be lost. So your intellectual property will lost after consuming such products. So you should protect your intellectual properties. Why we call IP as a property? The property you can sold, yes, intellectual properties you can sold it, bought it, you can lease or rent, you can pass, you can give the license to the other persons, you can assign to the other persons as a property. So that's why this intellectual property comes as a property. Now we comes to the types of intellectual property. Basically, two types of intellectual property. One comes in copyright and related article. Second, for the industrial properties. And in industrial properties, again, categories, 5 categories: patents, designs, trademarks, geographical indication, trades, secrets. To protect these intellectual properties, Government of India has developed some acts or laws. First, Copyright Act comes in 1957, then Patent Act in 1970, Design Act in 2000, Trademark Acts in 1999, Geographical Indication of Goods Act in 1999, Semiconductor Integrated Circuits in 2000, and Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act comes in the 2001. Before this, it was assumed that whichever is present, it means that plant extract, some natural products, they are comes under the Geographical Indication Act. But a human minds can create the variety of plants, so the new variety can be developed with the help of some creations. So the new right or new act may be developed, that is the Protection of Plant Variety and Farmer Act, that introduced in 2001. So we discussed one by one. What is patent? A patent is an exclusive right which is generally granted for an invention such as product or process that provides a new way of doing some things, or that offer a new technical solution of a problem. Either you have a new product, new inventions, or your process is novel to achieve that particular solution of a problem that may consider for the patent. If I do in the very common words, a patent provides the patent owner with the right to decide how or whether the invention can be used. It means if you have a patent, then you have all rights who use this and who does not use this, and in what extent you transfer your patents to a particular person. It means you can sell your patents, you can preserve, you can gives to any firms, any companies. That is your right. What kind of protection does a patent offer? If you have patented an inventions, then you can prevent or stop other from commercial misusing the patent inventions. Then some questions comes in our minds. If I do a patent in India, then it is valid in America, it is valid in Australia or some other countries? No, patents are territorial rights. If you are patenting some invention here, then this is only valid in India. And if some US patent is considered, then it will be valid in US country. And how long does a patent? The patent protection is granted for a limited period. Its maximum period is 20 years, and that will count from the when you filing your application for a patent. If suppose you file application today, then and you may granted your patent after 2 years, then your filing date is the from where the 20 years will start. And after the 20 years, that you can never renewed your patent. So that will be for public use after 20 years. Now questions comes how we make file on how we get a patent granted. First is filing a patent applications along with the required documents. There are two types of process: full specifications or half specifications. In full specifications, you can not modify it in between the process, and in half specifications you have some doubts that your invention is new and somebody may claim this after 1 month, 2 months. Then you fill your patent, and then within a limited times you can modify it. So after filing this patent applications, the unexamined publications of patents were published for the open market. It means anybody or third party may raise the oppositions, may raise some questions. Yes, if suppose I may file some inventions for patents, then somebody can claim this is my invention, I have prepared this product before. Then that's why examined patent applications may publish. Then you may again, after 18 months, you have to again filling a request for examinations. Then examination of patent application based on turn of the request of examinations. Then filling reply of requirement of the objection raised by the patent office. Then hearing, जो भी questioning raise है आपके third party से, hearing. Then your acceptance and rejections after the examination of the novelty and that application of that patents. Then publication grant of the patent applications. Then filing a post grant oppositions. If anybody having claim after publication, then he may raise some questions after the publications. And finally the publication or patent will be granted to you. Then for an invention to be patented, it has some 3 criteria. It has to have follow these criteria. One is novelty, your idea, your inventions that should be genuinely new. No non-obviousness. If suppose somebody claiming that the neem having some antipyretic, some having some different medicines used, then it is obvious. If a new invention is obvious, then anyone is familiar with the subject could easily anticipate the invention, then it cannot be patented. That you will never get that invention patented. And the third and most important is the invention has to be some applications. Your invention have some applications. There is difference in US patent and in India patent. In India, if you file a patent, then it will publish first before granting the patent. But in US, it is just reverse. They will grant patent first if they feel, yes, your work is novel, it have some applications, then they grant you, and after that they will publish it. And after the patent has been granted, third party are then allowed to file petition against the patent, as India is currently doing in the Basmati case, because US has claimed that they have Basmati rice, they have prepared Basmati rice, but Basmati rice belongs to India and Pakistan, and they have granted a patent to his company, and then after granting they publish it, and then government of India clearly oppose this after the publications. These are the organizational structures where you can file patents, graphical indications, trademarks, design office, copyrights. In the very extreme left, you will see Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Intellectual Property and Management. This is a training institute in the Nagpur where the trainees can get benefited. Then patent office in the 4 major cities of India: Kolkata, Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai. If we are in Haryana or North India, then we can file the patent in Delhi office. Similarly, design office is in Kolkata. Trademark registry is being done in Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, Ahmedabad. Similarly, geographical indications registry, Chennai office. Then semiconductor integrated circuit design registry will be in the Delhi. So next is, what is trademark? Trademark is a sign or a symbol that distinguishing the goods or service of one company from those of the others. If you see the Coca-Cola companies, Coca-Cola registered this trademarks since 1887. So what is the difference here? For a patent, we have maximum 20 years, but here this trademarks you can for a long times. You renewed it after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, then you can keep these rights with you. Nike registered since 1971. These are well-known trademarks. The triangular shaped chocolate by Toblerone. Godrej Furnitures registered this trademark. Godrej, G Bulbs. These are some famous trademarks. Trademarks protections can be obtained through registration by filing an application for registration with the national or regional trademark office and paying the required fees. You can, if you want for internationally, you can apply in the your regional trademark office as well as in the WIPO's Madrid systems. What rights does trademark registration provide? Trademark registration will provide an exclusive right to the use of registered trademarks. It means owner gives license or it gives to the license to another party for use in the return of the payments. It means you can sell your creativity, you can sell your trademarks, and in the returns you can back the reward. What kinds of trademarks can be registered? In trademarks, the words, combination of words, letter, numerals, drawing, symbols, three-dimensional features, shape, non-visible signs, sounds, they are maybe the trademarks. And we have already discussed the trademarks registration can vary, but it usually 10 years. It can be renewed on the payment of the additional phase. As the Coca-Cola, they have preserved their rights, their trademarks since 1881. What is geographical indications? As the name indicate, geographical, it means it is product indicates, means product indicates a specific geographical origin of that product, and that belongs to the quality or a reputations of that origin. We discussed about the basmati rice, Darjeeling teas, Tirupati laddu, Nagpur orange, Kashmiri pashmina. These are the GIs in India, and Darjeeling is the first GI, geographical indications, that registered in November 2020. Tribunes gave this articles that these mangoes with 6 other GI tags are being registered. Some famous example of geographical indication in India: basmati rice, Darjeeling tea, Kolhapuri chappal, Tirupati laddu, and world famous Canadian whiskey, Swiss watches, Florida oranges, etc. So one question comes here: what is the difference between geographical indications and trademarks? Both are symbol based, but there is some distinguish. A trademark is a sign used by a company to distinguish its goods and service from those products by other. But geographical indication is guarantees to consumer that a product was produced in a certain place. Industrial design. An industrial design legally constitutes the ornament or aesthetic aspect of an article. If you have invented any design, new design, such as shape of an article, patterns, lines, or color, you can get registered these designs, and nobody can use without your permissions. So your designs is registered and you can sell, you can get money with that creations, with that designs that comes into the industrial design category. In most country, industrial designs need to be registered in order to protect under registered design. And in some countries, this design patents is given. This comes into the category of patents, and in some countries, this industrial designs into the copyright law. Trade secrets. Trade secrets are intellectual property rights which gives you some confidential information which may be sold or licensed. It means if you have some formulations, if you have some calculations, then you don't want to disclose your formulations, you can preserve it, you can transfer it with a limited group of person, you can sell it. So these trade secrets, like Coca-Cola did not disclose his way of preparing the drink. They have rights, or that comes under the trade secrets. So commercial valuable because it is secret and should be known only to a limited group of person. Even reasonable steps should be taken by the rightful holder of the information to keep its secrets. So it is very beneficial because you are not disclosing your secrets. Trade secrets having technical informations, you can secret your commercial informations. You can also secrets. You don't want to disclose your commercial informations, your technical informations. That technical informations comes in the pharmaceutical test data, manufacturing process data, and in confer commercial informations, these suppliers and client list, you don't want to disclose this. Then the 7 must of a trade secrets. It must be documented. It must be kept secret, must be of value to the organizations, must not be in the public domain, must have appropriate legal framework in place if shared with another entity, must be protected using administrative, must have access limited. So for a trade secrets, these 7 must be required to make your trades, makes your secrets for registered. Then copyrights. What is copyrights? Copyrights allow author, musician, artist to make money off their labor. We are publishing our research papers. The publisher make money because it has the copyrights. If there is no copyrights, then what happens? Then creativity will decrease. Suppose if I am doing research and I have published some work, then the third persons will not make much efforts. He or she will copy that and he will get benefit of it. So their own creativity will decrease. So this is overall decrease the creativity and its damage to the society also. In Copyright Act, what can be protected? Literary works, musical works, dramatic works, choreographical, pictorial graphics, motion pictures, sound recording, and architectural works. These works are comes under the Copyright Act. When we publish any research article, then author and publisher make a agreement and assignment transfers the copyrights from author to publisher. In some case, author give the license to the publisher, either the complete copyrights transfer or some partially it will transfer their rights to the publisher. In open access journal, either author retain copyrights or ask authors to transfer copyright to the publisher. When publisher hold the copyright, it will concern to open access directly. And if we, being an author, hold the copyrights, then we have to ensure open access by signing a license to the publisher. What does copyrights gives? Copyrights are the bundle of rights. You have rights to reproduce the work. You have rights to prepare the derivative of your works. You can prepare the similar types of work and publish it. You have right to distribute copies for sale. Right to perform AV work publicly, or right to display musical and artistic work publicly. Some basic facts author needs to know: that copyright protection is automatic once a work is fixed in a tangible medium. If you have published a research article, there is no need to go to any office to give the copyright. It is automatically protected. Joint author each have full and equal copyrights. If we have 5 to 6 co-authors in a research article, then all having the equal rights. Copyrights can be transferred only in writing. That's why publisher ask in writing before publishing your works. That's you are transferring your rights to the publisher. And if we have already discussed this, if you want to use your works after publications, then if you are author of that article, then there is 3 conditions. If you have full rights retained, then you can use it, or there is no limit. If some rights retains, then within the limit of negotiated rights, you can use the previous article. But being an author, if you have transfer all your rights to the publisher and you need your previous works then you have to take permissions from the publishers. If you need an image you have drawn in a research article, and in the next article you want to retain that image, and you have transfer all your rights to the publisher, then you have to take the permission from the publisher to put that image in your next research article. By others, if you are not the author of that article, if published open access, from where you want to take material, then it is freely accessible. If you want to take some Creative Commons license, then limits defined by the license. And if published traditionally, then fair use or permission, you have to have some permissions, and for that the publisher charge for it because it has all the rights. Now we have discussed these different types of intellectual properties. Now one question comes, is it profitable? These rights are profitable. These properties are actually the properties. So there are some lists. IBM revenue from patent licensing is around 1.7 billion. Texas Instruments generated 3 billions in licensing in 10 years. Similarly, if you see New York University, $109 million. CSIR, the government, Indian Government Institute, 150 millions milestone payment plus royalty. So these licenses are profitable. That's why we need these intellectual property rights. Without these rights, these companies and universities, they cannot generate that much amount as a profit. Now we have international organizations that monitor the intellectual property rights: World Intellectual Property Organizations, World Trade Organizations. That's World Intellectual Property Organizations, named as WIPO. It is a global forum for intellectual property service, policy, information, and corporations. It was established in 14th July 1967, and all the United Nations are the member of this WIPO. 193 member states so far, and its headquarters is situated in Geneva, Switzerland. What is the missions? Why WIPO was developed? The WIPO's mission involves the activities to promote innovation and creativity for the economic, social, and cultural development of all countries. And that enable innovation and creativity for the benefit of all. It also resolve the disputes at international level. So now we will discuss some case studies in social science and life science. Case study is a research tool which gives the detailed examination of a subject. First, we discuss the Basmati rice case study. India-US Basmati rice dispute. As I discussed earlier, And India is the largest, or you can say India is the major exporter of basmati rice, and 31% of total area comes in the rice cultivations, and India produce around 80 million tons of rice annually. So it's a huge market in India. But in late 1997, an American company, Rice Tech, was granted a patent by the US Patent Office, and they call aromatic rice grown outside India. This is the case. Rice Tech company filed a patent application in 1995, and its patent was granted in 1997, and they launched their products in name of Kashmati and Texmati. But that name Kashmati and Texmati was not succeed, and after the patents, the Rice Tech company changed his name and called Aromatic Rice Basmati within the US, and exports his rice on the name of Basmati. After this, India lost a huge market in US, around 45,000 ton US import market, and some same European Union and United Kingdom and Middle East and West Asia. So it was a huge loss to India, because India and Pakistan was the major countries where basmati rice grown. In addition, the patent on basmati is believed to be a violation of fundamental fact that the long grain aromatic rice grown only in Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and according to Economics Times, patenting basmati in the US is like snatching away our history and culture. So what happens next? Dr. Vandana Shiva monitored the issue involving patent and biopiracy, and he found that there are threefold theft. It means that patents is giving collective intellectual and biodiversity heritage on Indian farmer. A theft from Indian traders and exporter whose market are being stolen by Rice Tech. Whole market is captured by Rice Tech. And third is, it also not fair with the consumers, because that product consumer is taking, that is not the actual basmati rice grown in India and Pakistan. So the government of India responds to the patent, and they said to the US government to cancel the patents. But there is, as I told you in earlier, why this happens, because when we file patent here in India, and the legal procedure in the US government, they grant their patents before the publishing. So they first granted that patents, and then they published and being a third party, India claimed that. But President of Associated Chamber of Commerce said Basmati rice is traditionally grown in India and Pakistan, and granting patent is to it violated the Geographical Indication Act. It comes to under the geographical indication because the Basmati rice belongs to India and Pakistan. Then second, Neem case study. As we know all, Neem is the village pharmacy due to its healing versatility and medicinal properties. It have very good properties, antiseptic, anti-inflammatory, antifungal applications. But in 1971, US timber importer Robert Larson, they have imported neem seeds and started extract and sell the products Margosan O in 1985 for the products from the US Environmental Protection Agency. And in 1988, he sold the patent for the product to the multinational chemical corporations, W.R. Grace and Company. The company got patented on the process of the formation of emulsion, but not on the tree itself. United States companies are calling discoveries are actual stealing and pirating of indigenous practice and knowledge of Indian peoples. But US government, United States on the other hand states what they are doing will help the Indian economy. In Indian NGO 1933, that was, if you see here, this case, this patent was done in 85, and here in 1933, a NGO and individual, they gives the same properties of neem, and they have reported the European and US neem patent were challenged on ground of biopiracy. Then what is the judgment? On the 30th September 1997, Patent Office delivered a favorable judgment on the challenge of the European patent on the fungicidal effect of neem oil, and they have patented number, this one owned by W.R. Grace. They have cancelled this. The European Patent Office accepted the argument offered by Indian scientists and rejected the order of US Patent Office to award the patent. The EPO agreed to withdraw the patent in May 2000 and cancelled officially, whereas the US patent is still valid. Then turmeric case study. CSIR filed a case against the UN Patent Office with challenging the patent on the ground of existing public knowledge. And for a patent to be Granted, these three conditions should be fulfilled: the novelty, non-obviousness, and utility. And this turmeric case failed to meet the novelty criteria because it is well known by the Indians. So this patent was not given. Thanks you.
Thank you, sir. Any queries or any questions? Participants, if you have any doubts, you can ask sir. Sir is with us. And sir, मैं आपका thank करती हूँ because you have explained the ABCD of geographical indications, trademarks, copyrights in a very very clear manner, and you have also taken us and explained us about the case studies of basmati rice, turmeric, and other things. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and connecting with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Welcome.
I feel obliged here.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. We have जितने भी participants हैं उसके लिए we have a like you have to check the chat box for the feedback session daily. If you really have any, you have to be very much aware about the chat box. You have to be active there, and please keep and all the feedback links will be shared there only. So thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the same link. Have a good day, and thank you all.